And I want to thank you for being patient with this. And I want to thank Bill Francis helping us get us all set. But everything can go according to plan until it doesn't go according to plan. But Dusty Litster and Paul Larson with you here from BYU at the Richards Building. And biggest thing for me while we're trying to figure that out was making sure you could see what we were doing. and now we got the audio fixed. But Paul, we talked about it at the top, and we've got audio out the whole time. But this meet last year in the 5A boys side, I mean, it was one of the fastest meets in state of Utah's history. Evan Van Brocklin and others. And here with the ladies, we've had a great start now into the 200-yard freestyle. And we have a lot of ladies that really, anytime you win a state championship is a big deal. We also have some good times you'll be seeing here in the 200.
And it will be an exciting meet. On the ladies' side, it's there are two teams that are pretty far out ahead of the others, being Skyline and Olympus. And so we will see how that plays out. But it should be a very close between Skyline and Olympus. Then the next pack of teams are Timpview, Wasatch, Brighton, and Park City, all vying there on the hills of Skyline and Olympus. But Skyline and Olympus, with their fine swimmers, it should be a really exciting meet. Either of those teams could be the champion. But we've got a great race here in the 200 free in the heat number 2. And coming in is lane 5. That's Gretchen Lane from Park City with a 1:56. That's improves on her seat time.
Well, she came in at 2:00.
Yes, and drops to a 1:56, 4-second drop, dropping at the right time for the state championships.
So a great swim there from Gretchen Lane. Now we go to the heat 3 of 4. In lane number 1, a freshman from Timpview, Amelia Samt. In lane 2, a freshman from Skyline, Isabel Reynolds. In lane 3, a senior from Bonneville, Sage Patterson. Lane 4, a junior from Brighton, Audrey Bradley. In lane 5, a senior from Wasatch, Meg Harris. In lane 6, a junior from Park City, Lauren Bigelow. In lane 7, a sophomore from Alta, Clara McDonough. And in lane 8, a sophomore from Box Elder, Amy Swenson.
So out quick is lane number 3, Sage Patterson, with 27.28 in her first split. Sage, a senior from Bonneville.
So a great start here in lane 3. That is Sage Patterson, the senior from Bonneville. Sage will make that turn the last
lane
100.
2 now, or that's lane 3 again.
It is lane 3.
Sage Patterson.
Lane 1
We're
gets
losing
blocked
lane
every
1.
year.
I mean,
lane 1
lane 1
standing.
with the coaches. Apologize for those lane 1 swimmers.
But we're gonna have a great finish here between in lane 3, Sage Patterson, lane 4, Audrey Bradley.
So Patterson comes seated with a 2:01, but trying to break lane 2 for the first time this season.
And then you see Audrey Bradley maybe taking that turn to lead.
They're both at.
And now Bradley really got a full body length lead now into the final turn.
Sage Patterson was out quick, but trying to hold on.
So off this final turn is Audrey Bradley, the junior from Brighton, to be another 1:57. She adds a second, 1:58.03, and then coming in is Sage Patterson in second. And Sage comes in, drops a second, goes 00.79.
She drops a second. She was out quick. Just her last 50, they're the 32.
So now to the final heat here of the 200 freestyle prelims. And again, want to apologize for the audio issues we had at the start. Is lane number 1, a junior from Lehigh, Ryland Smith. In lane 2, a sophomore from Skyline, Isabella Williams. In lane 3, a sophomore from Provo, Caitlin Bonnet. In lane 4, a senior from Brighton, Hannah Sasaverovich. In lane 5, a junior from Skyline, Becca Bringard. In lane 6, a junior from Wasatch, Emerson Brooks. In lane 7, a sophomore from Wasatch, Avery Haynes. And in lane 8, a junior from Murray, Marin Walton.
So out quick is Becca Bringard and Hannah Sasaveric. Sasaveric, the leader of the Brighton girls team. Sasaveric also has been a
So lane 6, 5, and 4, very tight off that turn. Again, 6 is Emerson Brooks, 5, Becca Bringard, and lane 4, Hannah Sasaverovic. And now to the 100 mark. Still tight, 4, 5, and 6.
So Hannah plans to continue her swimming into college. Currently committed to Colorado Mesa.
Grand Junction's a good place.
Yes. So
it's America's testing grounds. I don't know if you know this, but most testing from McDonald's and other restaurants all run through, a lot of them go through Grand Junction.
So Hannah, with this prelims, taking it, with a more than a length lead, she will easily qualify for tomorrow's final.
It'll be Hannah Sasaverovic coming in. She came in at the seat time of 1:53, goes to 1:56.
So 1:56.69 is just ahead of Gretchen Lane. Apologize, Gretchen, from Heat 2. So Hannah will be qualified first in tomorrow's finals.
Now to the men 200 freestyle. I'm not going to lie, the one thing that COVID did in swimming that I actually enjoyed was the boys session, girls session.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. It was the one thing I would bring back from that time that we all try to put away. But we start with 4 heats of men's. We're the boys. And in lane number 1, a junior from East, Brooks Massey. In lane 2, a junior from Box Elder, Cooper Hodgkinson. In lane 3, a junior from Uinta, Wyatt Keever. In lane 4, a junior from Box Elder, Camden Arzani. In lane 5, a sophomore from Tooele, William Steels. In lane 6, a sophomore from Payson, Isaac Cowie. In lane 7, a senior from Bountiful, Spencer Monson. And in lane 8, a junior from Wasatch, Daniel Dupree.
So in each of these individual events, there are 32 qualifiers for the state meet. This first heat is those last 8 qualifiers, 25 through 32, all trying to get there to break through to the finals. In the finals for tomorrow, we just have a championship final of 8 swimmers, followed with also a consolation swim.
And give us some heat from the outside lanes. In lane 7, Spencer Monson, a senior from Bountiful, out at the 100.
So he was out quick. We'll see if he can hold on.
Seat time of 1:57.32. Getting a little pressure from the middle of the pool in lane 4, Camden Arzani. They were both Region 5 swimmers. Now to the final 50.
Yeah,
So right now in lane 7, Spencer Monson. Lane 6, Isaac Cowie. And Monson, can he hold on here? You see a little bit of the piano starting to creep up on him.
Yes.
Lane 6 is Isaac Cowie. Lane 4, Camden Arzani. And right now, looking at lane 6 is Isaac Cowie, the sophomore from Payson. PHS was all excited before the meet. And look at lane 8, Daniel Dupree.
So he did hold on, but went a 1:54. The 16th seed time is a 1:51. So a best time for Spencer Monson, but probably not quite enough to make the consolation heat.
Saddle Heat 2 in lane number 1, a sophomore from Timpview, Lee Kamard. You know that name. Lane 2, a sophomore from Wasatch, Brighton Bushnell. In lane 3, a senior from Cedar Valley, Braden Scott. Lane 4, a senior from Park City, Ralph Fiskus. In lane 5, a junior from Murray, Zach Richter. In lane 6, a senior from Skyline, Lucas Keel. In lane 7, a junior from Skyline, Miguel Fregoso. And in lane 8, a junior from East, Gabe Holst.
So Skyline, of course, a strong contender on the boys' side with 4 qualifiers in the 200. So both both Skyline and Olympus hoping to score well here, of course, with forthcoming Ian Connor in the last heat, the senior for Olympus.
So it's lane 6, 5, 4, and 3. Kill, Richter, Fiskus, and Scott. And currently in lane number 4, that is Ralph Fiskus, the senior from Park City. Fiskus came in to seat time of 1:44.10.
Park City, of course, had a nice relay. So breathing into each other there in lane 3 and lane 4. That is Braden, Scott, and Fiskus. And it is going to be Fiskus just out touching Scott. 1:43.07. Scott coming to 1:43.38. So to heat 3. Nice drop by Braden Scott, 3 seconds from what he did previously. So 2 1:43s, actually just ahead of what Ian Connor's done this year.
In lane number 1, Stockton Orr, a senior from Wasatch. In lane 2, a junior from Olympus, Miles Morin. In lane 3, a senior from Payson, Talon Coons. In lane 4, a sophomore from Brighton, Drake Doyle. In lane 5, a junior from Skyline, Alexander Stewart. In lane 6, a junior from Springfield, Easton Mouser. In lane 7, a sophomore from Beaumont, Andrew Webster. And in lane 8, a senior from Tooele, Garrett Pearson.
So very close in the center of the pool there with 3, 4, and 5. That's Drake Doyle from Brighton, Alexon Stewart, and Talon Coons.
Lane, as you mentioned, it was Alexander Stewart pushing him in lane 5. And in lane 3 is Talon Coons. These all 3, 4, and 5 are all 1:46 in lane 3 from Talon Coons and 1:43 in lane 4 from Drake Doyle. And lane 44 or 1:44.50 in lane 5. But currently Drake Doyle is
put it on track to improve on his 1:43 seed time. Comes back in a 27. He may break 1:43. He may lay out a challenge to the final heat, laying down a 1:41.50.
How about that? Dropped 2 seconds. He said, "Hey, Danny Detchen isn't in this one. Let's go get it." No Detchen, no Van Brocklin. So we'll make it happen in the 200.
So a nice swim for Drake Doyle with for the morning prelims.
I think a lot of the swimmers in the events we were talking about say, "Hey, thank goodness Van Brocklin's gone." Yeah. So
having a great year was the Pac-12 swimmer of the week.
Yeah, he's
2 weeks
spectacular.
ago.
Then we go to a heat 4 of 4. In lane number 1, a sophomore from Bountiful, Liam Glissmeyer. In lane 2, a senior from Skyline, Harper Brace. In lane 4, a junior from Brighton, Austin Partridge. In lane 4, a senior from Olympus, Ian Connor. In lane 5, a junior from Alta, Isaac Ridge. In lane 6, a senior from Brighton, Ethan Bangerter. In lane 7, a sophomore from Park City, Jaime Taylor. And in lane 8, a junior from Jordan, Owen Hershey.
So the senior, Ian Connor, having seen Drake Doyle lay out a 1:41.50 with Ian, with the fastest time this year in the state in the 200 free at the 1:43. He's out in a 49. So it's going to be difficult for him to match that 1:41 today. Only going out in a 49.
I know we'll get a chance to maybe do this later. It's good to see in lane 6, Ethan Bangerter. We were there the first time he went under double O down in St. George. Good to see him at a 1:47. That's improvement. But we were there. That was one of the more fun moments is watching him go under double O the first time and his coaches running down the pool with him. But right now it is all about lane number 4 and Ian Connor, the senior from Olympus. Mitch come in with a seat time of 1:43.53. And then it's a hard heat between lane 3 and lane 5. Austin Partridge in lane 3 for junior from Brighton. Lane 5, Isaac Ridge, the junior from Alta. As it's going to be Connor coming in first, and then Alta's Isaac Ridge just out touching Partridge by 3/100ths of a second.
So it will be an exciting final tomorrow with Drake Doyle seated first, it would appear, followed by Connor, and then Ralph Fiskus.
So into the... We're doing flyovers here today in the prelims. Did hear the coach go over that. So in the women's 200 individual, 200 IM in heat 1, lane 1, a junior from Park City, Bridget Lane. In lane 2, a senior from Spanish Fork, Sophie Riding. In lane 3, a freshman from Wasatch, Elsie Malinka. In lane 4, a freshman from Brighton, Valerie Guzman de la Hoz. In lane 5, a junior from Timpview, Ava Hansen. In lane 6, a junior from Orem, Addison Brown. In lane 7, a senior from Murray, Stephanie Profizenovich. And in lane 8, a junior from Brighton, Annabelle Kim. So right now, lane 5 coming out of that first is Ava Hansen. Of course, her sister Kate swims at BYU, or swam at BYU. She was a swimmer at Timpview as well.
Cheering just above her, standing just above lane 7.
So Ava out strong out of lane 5. She comes in to seat time at 2:23.87. See where she can improve on that. And the breaststroke is where you separate it. Good breaststroke time, you have a good IM time.
Yeah.
So
But Ava Hansen
followed quickly. How about the outside lane? In lane 1, 2, 3, and 4, all giving chase here. Lane 1 is Bridget, lane 2 Riding, lane 3 Malinka, and lane 4 Guzman de la Hoz.
So Ava still has a body length lead with 1 length to go. She would like to break through to try and somehow get into that consolation final. The time there, 2:18, is the 16th seed time, 2:18.91. She's
Guzman de la Hoz
going to be a little short of that, but is on track for a best time, no doubt, with a 2:20.
And she comes into 2:20.89. Hansen dropping 3 seconds. So nice swim there for Ava. So now be ready for heat 2.
Love to see those time drops in the state championships.
Yeah, I want to go into club with a good momentum there. In lane number 1, a sophomore from Highland, Claire Hamula. In lane 2, a sophomore from Gauntlet, Odessa Talbot. In lane 3, a sophomore from Box Elder, Taylor Nelson. In lane 4, a senior from Springville, Ellie Boyer. In lane 5, a sophomore from Olympus, Sadie McDonald. In lane 6, a sophomore from Skyline, Elaine Liu. In lane 7, a sophomore from Wasatch, Saren Staples. And in lane 8, a senior from Alta, Kate DeGary. Right now, lane number 4, Sadie McDonald.
Yes. And so our top, Ellie, of course, with the 3rd fastest seed time. So in lane 4 of heat 2. Top 3 seeds get the center lane in the 3 circle-seeded heats. Ellie, the senior athlete rep for Utah Swimming and a great athlete leader and a commit to BYU.
Of course, so many of these names Paul and I have gotten to say for years now. During COVID, we did all the meets, and including states, age groups, and seniors, and then it just feels old at the moment. It's Ellie Boyer with a lead here in lane 4. In lane 5, Sadie McDonald, the sophomore from Olympus. Ellie Boyer, the senior from Springville. In the breaststroke, got a little bit of a lead here, and then got to look out in lane 6. Coming on strong in lane 6, Elaine Liu, the sophomore from Skyline. So into the freestyle we go.
Ellie's best time this year is a 2:11.68. Trying to match that for this prelim swim.
Currently, Ellie Boyer holding lane 4, lane 5, Sadie McDonald, the sophomore, and then Elaine Liu, the sophomore from Skyline, just behind her. It'll be a battle for second place. Looks like it'll be Liu taking that as Ellie Boyer comes into 2:13.66. Elaine Liu with a 2:15.81, and then followed by Sadie McDonald at 2:17.74.
So
Liu dropping 2 seconds.
yes, and important for, that's a Skyline swimmer. Each of those seconds is going to matter, especially swimming next to an Olympus swimmer.
In lane number 1, a freshman from Alta, Sophie Anders. In lane 2, a sophomore from Salem Hills, Lene Nelson. In lane 3, a freshman from Springville, Kate Brower. In lane 4, a senior from Olympus, Kaya Lawson. In lane 5, a senior from Timpview, Annie Richner. In lane 6, a junior from Brighton, Lucy Kilkenny. In lane 7, a senior from Park City, Abby Diedrichsen. And in lane 8, a junior from Olympus, Malia Matsumori. And I've got to give a shout out to the Matsumori grandparents. They stayed through during the recovery, but Doug and Michi, hope you're comfortable watching the meet. And great friends of mine. But lane 4, Kyle Lawson out to the lead.
Annie Richner trying to hold on in the backstroke.
Into the breaststroke we go. Still lane 4. Look out for lane 5 with Annie Richner. Haven't seen Grandpa Rose today. No, he's in the building. I take that back. I see him. He has reserved seating inside anywhere at BYU. But lane 4, Kyle Lawson, coming to seat time at 2:08.99. And the battle is lane 3, 5, and 6. In lane 3 is Kate Brower, lane 5, Annie Richner, lane 6, Lucy Kilkenny. So out of the breaststroke into the freestyle. Trying to earn that time into the A final tomorrow. And right now, Kyle Lawson holding there, lane 4, lane 5, Richner giving chase. It's going to be Lawson taking the heat, and again for Richard, you want to make that time into A, and she certainly could do it. Great finisher in the final 15 there for Richner, and it's going to be Lawson to 2:11.24, Richner 2:11.54. That's a second drop there for Richner.
Yes, a nice swim.
They're now into the final heat, heat 4 in the prelims. In lane number 1, a sophomore from Springville, Brinley Wade. In lane 2, a freshman from Skyline, Kira Jameson. In lane 3, a junior from Olympus, Lauren Greenwell. In lane 4, a senior from Skyline, Colleen McWilliams. In lane 5, a sophomore from Highland, Veronica Black. In lane 6, a freshman from Wasatch, Anna Diedrichs. In lane 7, a senior from Highland, Maddie Harward. And in lane 8, a sophomore from Highland, Imani Rose. And of course, Colleen McWilliams, a spectacular swimmer and has been for a number of years.
This her senior season, she's currently committed to George Washington.
Remember, Colleen is it should have been a sophomore, just after her sophomore year in senior state, dueling with the University of Utah swimmers, and would not give up an inch in that meet.
Of course, Colleen be swimming in addition to the individual medley, will be swimming the 500 freestyle later. A little bit of a slow turn there.
Yeah.
Kind of hugged
certainly
the wall.
A deliberate turn going into the breaststroke.
Yeah, that was something. She's not going to do that in finals. Veronica Black
secured her
from
spot
Highland,
into the A finals, certainly.
because it allowed Veronica Black to actually catch her right there on the turn.
Well, for Veronica Black, I mean, this is one of those fun things, right? She wants to go out and get it, and you see if Colleen McWilliams reels her in. Usually when you're in that top time, they don't like to give up that lane 4.
Yeah, so Veronica Black, we'll see her as the top seed in the breaststroke. And she took over in that breaststroke,
Yes,
and
she
now
certainly
is out
did.
to lead. It'll be interesting to see what these times are, to see how things stack up for the...
As Veronica Black looking for some junior national stuff. The sophomore from
So
Highland.
Veronica Black is having a big drop. 2:05.12. That's an impressive swim for Veronica Black.
I mean, McWilliams still drops a second. Or probably Williams with 2:08 adds a second. But you talk about a 7-second drop.
Yeah, so that was an impressive swim by Veronica Black, and will be easily the top seed.
So to the boys 200 IM. In lane number 1, heat 1. Junior from St. Hills, Rand Call. Lane 2, a sophomore from Murray, Reiser Lundberg. In lane 3, a sophomore from Park City, Nathan Contreras. In lane 4, a junior from Orem, Ludwig Ibarra. In lane 5, a sophomore from Box Elder, Dallin McKee. In lane 6, a sophomore from Northridge, Jed Hatch. In lane 7, a sophomore from Orem, Kaida Habino. And in lane 8, a sophomore from Box Elder, James Biskey. So up in lane number 6, that is Jed Hatch, a sophomore from Northridge. Also looking down on lane number 3, that is Nathan Contreras, a sophomore from Park City. In lane 5 is Dallin McKee. So off the transition from backstroke to breaststroke. It is lane 5, lane 6. Lane 5 again, Dallin McKee. Lane 6, Jed Hatch.
So these swimmers trying to break through to at least that consolation final. Currently the 16th seed coming in was a 2:04.91. So to have a chance, probably have to be 2:05 or better, or preferably under 2:05 to have a chance to make it to that consolation final for tomorrow.
And also, how about lane 2? We love the outside lanes making noise, and lane 2 is Reiser Lundberg. Trying in there in lane 4, holding on, gonna go down and back, Ludwig Ibarra. He came in the fastest time of the season, 2:07.82. And Ibarra, a little bit of room off that turn, but again, getting some heat from lane 2, lane 5. In lane 2, Lundberg, lane 5, Dallin McKee, but not gonna be enough, and it'll be Ibarra coming in at 2:07.78. And then lane 6, Jed Hatch. Followed by Dallin McKee. So now to heat 2, lane number 1, a senior from Uinta, Arthur Dari. In lane 2, a sophomore from Olympus, Isaac Wardle. In lane 3, a junior from Brighton, Aiden Winter. In lane 4, a senior from Skyline, Nicholas Scams. In lane 5, a sophomore from Skyline, Nash Hale. In lane 6, a junior from Woods Cross, Justin Chamberlain. In lane 7, a senior from Jordan, Ethan Levitt. And in lane 8, a sophomore from Wasatch, Parker Edwards.
Skyline, this 200 IM, probably their strongest event. They're hoping to qualify all 4 swimmers they have in between the championship and the consolation finals. They have 4 swimmers in the top 16. So Nicholas Skamnes in the lead after the backstroke.
Yes. And Nick Scam's trying to hang on here in the breaststroke. Made that turn, getting some pressure from Nash Hale in lane 5. Got about a full body length now off that turn. As Nick Scams comes in with a seat time of 1:57.02. And Scams with some more space into the freestyle.
Yeah.
Lane 5 is Nash Hale, the sophomore from Skyline. And then we're bunched up for who's going to come in third. We're looking down on lane number 2, Isaac Wardle. He in lane number 3, Aiden Winter.
So Skamnes at 1:56, slightly ahead of his seat time.
I thought Winter was an Olympus name.
Swimming for Brighton.
As we go to heat number 3. Lane number 1, a freshman from Malta, Blake Abney. In lane 2, a junior from Murray, Porter Gale. In lane 3, a senior from Skyline, Luke Garstang. In lane 4, a senior from Timpview, Sean Honey. In lane 5, a junior from Jordan, Rob Spartan. In lane 6, a junior from Salem Hills, Josh Stevens. In lane 7, a sophomore from Brighton, Benjamin Schiffman. And in lane 8, a freshman from Wasatch, Brayden Stoddard.
So with the quickest, Sean Honey out in at 24. Honey's seed time is a 1:55, still 3 seconds behind the forthcoming Abe Astle, who's seeded with a 1:52 in the final heat. But Honey out in a 51. So on track to improve on his 1:55 if he can hold it on this breaststroke lead. Here comes lane 5 is Bridger Smith from Lehigh.
This course will be looking...
Honey, the senior leader from Timpview.
Honey with the lead here in the freestyle. Lane 5 is Robs Barton, the junior from Jordan.
See, Honey's definitely going to improve on his 1:55 seat time. We'll see what he's in at. He's in with a 1:52.46, so a 3-second drop.
I think someone's feeling good.
Yeah. So within a second of the All-American consideration time of 1:51.52.
We wanted to give a little bit of pressure because that fast 8 time we're going to be see here in a minute is Dave
And
Astle.
a great swim by Benjamin Schiffman for Brighton. 1:59.0, first time under 2 minutes. Dropped 6 seconds. So a great swim for Schiffman.
He's going to earn his way into the A final tomorrow.
Yes.
What he just did there.
Yeah. So
A4.
he was seeded 17th, and he's got a ticket to the A final, it would appear.
Here we are in the final heat of the prelims. In lane number 1, a freshman from Comet, Bodie Andrews. In lane 2, a junior from Malta, Josh Smith. In lane 3, a sophomore from Olympus, Lakin Swenson. In lane 4, a junior from Olympus, Abe Astle. In lane 5, a senior from Lehigh, Bridger Smith. In lane 6, a sophomore from East, Glenn Tanner. In lane 7, a sophomore from Skyline, Young Peng Tao. And in lane 8, a freshman from Brighton, Glenn Bernard. I don't know much, but I have a hunch in lane number 1, he's going to have a good time in the breaststroke. At least he should in Bodie Anders.
Yeah.
It's a family trait, I believe.
Yeah.
But in lane 4, Abe Astle.
So Abe out in a 52.69. Previous heat, Sean Honey was out in a 51. So Astle, we'll see what he does in the
Well,
back
the question
half.
is who holds on to their A final tie, because if Ben Schiffman comes in don't know that he was projected into the A final, being the lane 7 in the second heat.
So he was seated overall 17th. So he was not projected to make anything.
That's
and it
a
looks
9-spot
like
jump. And he went further than 9 spots into the A final.
So we'll see.
We only had 4 times under double O going into
That's
today.
right.
Probably 5 spots.
We had 4 times in the first 2 in heats 2 and 3 under double O. But Abe Astel, he's going to be in with a nice time. He's going to be.
So he comes in at 152.59.
So just behind Sean Honey, who will be seated first.
So Honey takes lane 4 for tomorrow's final. You know what that means? We're racing to the championship tomorrow.
Yes,
in the
we
final.
have a great race. But just 3 there. So it would appear that Mr. Schiffman jumped from 17th to 6th.
Wow.
17th to 6th.
That's awesome.
For Ben Schiffman. Mo should be proud, his mother.
Yeah, it's becoming
a great
the 50s.
lady, great service to Utah Swimming.
5 heats of the 50s. In lane 3 is Eva McPhee. In lane 4, Grace Cannon. In lane 5, Dory Tweed.
We have 5 heats because we had a tie for the 32nd place. So that's why we ended up with the extra heat.
So a swim off to start. And it is going to be Evan McPhee. And as it usually is a swim off, a bit of a drop there. McPhee dropped 7/10. So in lane number 2 is Colby Klein. Lane 3, Lauren Bernstein. Lane 4, Emma Hare. Lane 5, Audrey Threadgold. In lane 6, Rebecca Affleck. In lane 7, Elle North. I really want to call her Ellie, but I don't know if she's Ellie's sister. It's not the same. But we're tied across the pool. Looking in lane number 5, and that is going to be Audrey Threadgold. Could she hang on? We might have something from the outside. It is Threadgold. Lane 3, Laura Bernstein, followed by Rebecca Affleck.
So expecting it's going to take a 26 flat to make it to the consolation final and about a 25-4 or better for the championship final.
In lane 1, Ashton Whalen. Lane 2, Mara Erickson. Lane 3, Eliza Harbitz. In lane 4, Abby Henry. Lane 5, Anna Holzer. Lane 6, Sydney Weeks. Lane 7, Caitlin Taylor. And in lane 8, Anna Klug. And we're looking lane 4. That's Gabby Henry. It is Gabby Henry coming in at 24.64. Followed by Holzer and then Weeks. As we go to heat 4. In lane number 1, Annalyn Duke. In lane 2, Olivia Stout. In lane 3, Kathleen Evans. In lane 4, Lavinia Trongaval. In lane 5, Rachel Dalton. In lane 6, Eva Helps. In lane 6, Kaylee Pikus. And in lane 8, Monique Tippett.
Nice turn by Lavinia. She's holding on. Here comes lane 5.
And Trongaval hangs on.
State record watch in this next heat.
Jennifer Fredzel still hanging on to a couple of records here. In lane number 1 is Addie Zobrist. Lane 2, Hallie Gerd. In lane 3, Reagan Patterson. Lane 4, Maddie Parker. Lane 5, Sarah Wall. Lane 6, Ellie Ferguson. Lane 7, Jalen Miller. In lane 8, Audrey Kim.
State record is a 23.25. It goes all the way back to 2005. It's an 18-year-old record. Here's Maddie Parker.
She's
What's
right
she
on
gonna
it.
do?
Oh, just off of it.
23.36.
Well, you think tomorrow in the championship heat, Maddie Parker's got a shot?
Yes. We will see whether or not she chooses to lead off the relay later on today. So she may have another shot at that point in time when it comes to the relay if she's leading it off.
So the men 50-yard. The lane number 1 is Sam Barson. Lane 2, Jackson Day. Lane 3, Finnegan Vorwaller. And lane 4, Dylan Tranov. And lane 5, Owen Shovelway. Lane 6, Aiden Martin. Lane 7, Chase Truman. And lane 8 is Ben Dulong. And lane 3, how about that? Finn Vorwaller. And he came in strong to the wall.
With a 23.18. 23.03 is the 16th place seed. So he may have a chance.
In lane 1, Benjamin Goetz. In lane 2, Owen Hartman. Lane 3, Jaden Courtney. Lane 4, Bridger Nielsen. Lane 5, Asher Vorwaller. Lane 6, Dash Springmeyer. Lane 7, Matthew Pendleton. And lane 8, Brandon Judd. Certainly, Vorwaller doesn't want to give brother bragging rights, but it's going to be lane 4, Bridger Nielsen.
21.86, our first sub 22. First time he's been under 22 this year, so great swim for Bridger Nielsen, expecting 21s in the next 2 heats.
State record of 20.53 with Evan Van Brocklin last year.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
In lane number 1, Isaac Chomjak. Lane 2, Eric Chamberlain. Lane 3, Isaac Hale. Lane 4, Felix Zarnecki. In lane 5, Max James. Lane 6, Sean Hauser. Lane 7, Harrison Taylor. And lane 8, Parker Fillmore.
Nice turn and breakout by Felix to take a half body length lead. He's keeping it, and he's into the wall in a 21.92. Not his best for the year.
So now to heat 4. In lane number 1's Carson Ward. Lane 2, Keegan Elgee. In lane 3, Drew Sorensen. Lane 4, Adam Sinclair. Lane 5, Kobe Jepson. Lane 6, Gavin Smith. Lane 7, Wyatt Romney. And lane 8, Ben Hansen.
It's close. Colby Jefferson from
5.
Springville trying to make a
And it's
push.
going to be 4. Sinclair just out touching Colby Jepson.
So his best time, Sinclair improves on his 21.78 seat time to a 21.65.
15-minute break. Paul, your thoughts we saw here in the first couple of minutes?
We saw some fast swims, some time drops, and some excitement. I mean, when you have swimmers that weren't supposed to even make the final and they jumped to the championship final, those were some good swims. So it was good. Maddie Parker just off the state record. She gets another chance probably in the relay and another chance coming up, tomorrow. So it was a great start to the 5A state championships.
Well, let's take a quick break, 15-minute break. We'll be right back. You're watching the 2022-23 5A state championship swim meet. And welcome back, Dusty Lister and McKay Larson. And on our 15-minute break, we're going to start with the women 100-yard butterfly. When you're an important person, you have important phone calls, and that's what Paul Arson is and what he has. So let him
that's why they invite
take care
me
of
to
some
the party.
business. Yeah. Well, Paul, people need to know this, how dedicated Paul is to this. He flew home, a little jet lagged. He's a little tired, in the words of Nick Cage in 60 seconds, a little wired. And we are appreciative of Paul, because quite frankly, if Paul wasn't doing this, I wouldn't be doing this. So this is year 6.
Well, I guess we got to keep Paul coming then.
Yeah. So long Paul is here, get Rowdy Gaines, and now we have younger Rowdy Gaines to my left and McKay Larson. So we'll start event number 9, women 100-yard butterfly, heat 1 of 4. In lane number 1, a junior from Stansbury, Kara Hollinger. In lane 2, a junior from Alta, Kate Johns. In lane 3, a junior from Alta, Jill Rich. In lane 4, a senior from Park City, Savannah Flynn. In lane 5, a senior from Brighton, Taylor Tho. In lane 6, a junior from Brighton, Valentina David. In lane 7, a senior from Murray, Marin Stone. And in lane 8, a junior from Brighton, Stephanie Guzman de la Hoz. And we certainly want to give a shout out to Grandma Flynn watching the stream. I'm going to watch her granddaughter in lane 4 here today. And it is Savannah with a slight advantage here at the final turn, McKay.
Yep, she's looking really good. Got off that wall quick.
I'm not sure what punishment you got to be put through to the butterfly for 100 yards, but that takes some intestinal fortitude. As it is going to be Savannah Flynn making Grandma proud here in her heat. Comes in at a 1:02.53.
It's a great 2-second drop.
Drops 2 seconds here, the state swim meet.
We'll have to watch that time to see where that lines up with the next few heats.
And while Grandma Flynn's celebrating being shouted out, she needs to text her son and say thank you. As we go to heat 2. In lane number 1, a senior from Spanish Fork, Caitlin Thomas. In lane 2, a senior from Park City, Abby Diedrichson. In lane 3, a freshman from Brighton, Valerie Guzman de la Hoz. And in lane 4, a senior from Bonneville, Sage Patterson. In lane 5, a freshman from Wasatch, Reese Andrews. In lane 6, a junior from Olympus, Malia Matsumori. In lane 7, a freshman from Skyline, Kira Jameson. In lane 8, a freshman from Lehigh, Kalia Hasselback.
And that's Sage getting out there at the first 50, 27.43 out ahead of the field. Comes in as the 3rd seed with a 00.7.
So out to a great start here, Sage Patterson, the senior from Bonneville. Not Bonneville, but Bonneville. As I was corrected during last year's basketball tournament, is coming in to finish is Sage Patterson in 59.77. Malia Matsumori making Grandma and Grandpa Doug and Michi Matsumori proud, coming in number 2. A 101.84. Malia dropping his 2nd.
And only 2 swimmers in that heat beating Savannah Flynn.
Yeah, it's true. Is coming in lane number 1 is a junior from Wasatch, Lila Hadjiverovich. In lane 2, a sophomore from Highland, Eleanor Plant. In lane 3, a junior from Skyline, Rachel Pan. In lane 4, a senior from Springville, Ellie Boyer. In lane 5, a sophomore from Tippview, Kate Richner. In lane 6, a senior from Salem Hills, Maddie Graham. In lane 7, a freshman from Springville, Macy Polson. And in lane 8, a senior from Spanish Fork, Sophie Riding. So in lane 6, a good start here from Maddie Graham.
Lane 5, that's Kate Richner. They're out there with Ellie Boyer. The
So
club teammates.
Boyer and Richner swim every morning together in club. And it's going to be Boyer just out touching Richner with a 58.90. Close on her seat time. Richner with a 2-second drop, though.
It's an awesome swim for Richner.
Papa Rose is is pleased with that, wearing the orange shoes today. Of course, his son-in-law, Rich Durham, played for him at BYU, coached with him at BYU. As we go to lane number 1 in Heat 4, a senior from Skyline, Allison Sweeney. In lane 2, a junior from Timpview, Ava Hansen. In lane 3, a sophomore from Timpview, Ava Phillips. In lane 4, a sophomore from Skyline, Jade Garstang. In lane 5, a sophomore from Cumberland, Odessa Talbot. In lane 6, a junior from Woods Cross, Elena Holzer. In lane 7, a junior from Salem Hills, Olivia Stout. In lane 8, a sophomore from Wasatch, Saren Staples.
And Jade Garstang already out there, out in a 25:49.
Folks, if you don't know, if this is your kind of first time coming in, most swimming people know swimming. Jade Garstang is one of the best swimmers that you're going to see, and has been since she was an age group.
Yeah, since she was a 10 and under. She's going to be chasing the state record here.
State record of 54.61. And Jade comes in at 55.04.
Just
That is a pool record, though.
That is a pool record. Breaking the 2020 record from Kylie Cronin.
So how about that from Jade Garstang, a pool record for the sophomore in a prelim swim, no less.
An awesome swim. Now Heat was a little faster, so we'll have to see how that shakes out for the finals later.
So now we go to the men 100-yard butterfly, but it's one of the more older records. The women's 100 is a 54.61, Lily Moore, back in 2014. So now the lane number 1 and heat number 1, a senior from Wasatch, Zane Davis. In lane 2, a sophomore from Wasatch, Daxton Raspin. In lane 3, a junior from Lehigh, Ian Peischler. In lane 4, a junior from Murray, Rusty Hughes. In lane 5, a sophomore from Olympus, William Bagley. In lane 6, a senior from Skyline, Edison Yang. In lane 7, a junior from East, Simon Flores. And in lane 8, a junior from Uinta, Wake Murray.
Pretty even across the field.
Simon Flores in lane 7, a junior from East, out quickly. So lane 7 and lane 5. Also looking down to lane 3. We're going to have a good finish. We're straight across the pool. Maybe lane 5 with a slight advantage. William Bagley, the sophomore from Olympus. And it is Jan Peischler.
That's a great drop, too. Good, solid second drop for him. Great race across the field.
So heat 2 of 4. I'm going to reset here. Starter Shane Lamb didn't like what he saw. In lane number 1, a senior from Cedar Valley, Jacob Nelson. In lane 2, a sophomore from Olympus, Kai Johnson. In lane 3, a sophomore from Brighton, Gavin Smith. In lane 4, a sophomore from Park City, Sebastian Rona. In lane 5, a junior from Alta, Josh Smith. In lane 6, a senior from Tooele, Jackson Day. In lane 7, a senior from Timpview, Jared Bird. And in lane 8, a freshman from Skyline, Preston Tang.
In lane 3, out there is Gavin Smith. Those boys from Brighton came to swim today.
He certainly did. See if Sebastian Rona has anything to say. Is Josh Smith, the junior from Alta, out quickly here?
It was a beautiful turn from Josh Smith. We'll see if he can do that again. The underwater from Josh Smith is going to be what gets it.
So it's going to be Smith, followed by, or probably, yeah, Josh Smith followed by Gavin Smith.
Yep. And
then Sebastian Rona. And Sebastian, at least with his body language up here, looking like he's not too pleased with that swim there.
Well, that's a 2.5 second ad for Rona.
So we go to heat 3. In lane number 1, a sophomore from Woods Cross, Ammon Kamau. In lane 2, a junior from Cottonwood, Colin Loken. In lane 3, a junior from Viewmont, Eric Chamberlain. In lane 4, a junior from Olympus, Will De La Garza. In lane 5, a senior from Box Elder, Roman Noel. In lane 6, a senior from Timpview, Garrett Platt. In lane 7, a senior from Jordan, Ben Dulong. And in lane 8, a junior from Northridge, Jace Fanbro. Now we're out quick in lane 5.
Yes,
and
they
Roman
are.
Noel.
Right there with him is De La Garza.
Will De La Garza, the junior from Olympus. Remember those Olympus boys a year ago? Just lit this pool on fire. And it's De La Garza, about a body length in the final 10. And De La Garza with a 51-56.
It's a nice prelim swim.
And for Roman Noel, that was a second drop for Noel. So the final heat, the men's 100-yard butterfly prelim. Remember, top 16 swimmers come back tomorrow in the B and A final. And in lane number 1, a freshman from Wasatch, Braden Stoddard. In lane 2, a sophomore from Skyline, Chase Johnson. In lane 3, from Salem Hills, Josh Stevens. In lane 4, a senior from Lehigh, Bryce Broadhead. In lane 5, a senior from Skyline, Dash Springmeyer. In lane 6, a freshman from Collinwood, Bodie Anders. In lane 7, a sophomore from Olympus, Connor Swinson. And in lane 8, a junior from Park City, Carson Horton.
And this is the first individual event we get to see Bryce. We saw a solid relay split from him on the backstroke, going to 22.6 earlier, and he's out fast, 23.2 on that first 50. Part of a strong group of butterflyers and backstrokers out of the Lehigh club team.
And it's going to be Bryce Broadhead, the senior, seat time of 49.79. And it comes into a 49.91, followed by Springmeyer, and then Josh Stevens. So from the 100 butterfly to the 100 freestyle. Again, 4 heats. Top 16 move on to tomorrow. In lane number 1, a sophomore from Box Elder, Tessa Wayan. Lane 2, a junior from Brighton, Andrea Zurias. In lane 3, a senior from Spanish Fork, Emma Hare. In lane 4, a freshman from Woods Cross, Rebecca Cyril. In lane 5, a junior from Wasatch, Andolyn Duke. In lane 6, a senior from Murray, Lauren Bernstein. In lane 7, a senior from Park City, Savannah Jacobson. In lane 8, a junior from Lehigh, Sydney Zermley.
And it's lane 8 out there. Out quick at 27.3, Sydney Zermley from Lehigh. About a body length on the field. See if anyone can close on her.
Across the pool, look at lane number 1.
8.
Or probably lane 8, pardon me.
Yeah.
Sydney Zermley.
Yeah.
I always have to remind myself where we're going.
Yeah.
Let me start telling everybody. But
This
lane 8.
this pool's weird because the starter's by lane 8, not by lane 1.
Right. It just told me it's an optical thing.
It's an optical
Giving
illusion.
me, man. But lane 8, we love when the outside swimmers get that. Sydney Zermley dropping a
2 seconds.
2 seconds. So we go to heat 2 in lane number 1, a senior from Wasatch, Ellie Ferguson. In lane 2, a senior from Payson, Kaylee Pikus. In lane 3, a senior from Wasatch, Meg Harris. In lane 5, a senior from Timpview, Lavenia Tarongoval. In lane 5, a senior from Skyline, Rachel Dalton. Lane 6, a sophomore from Provo, Caitlin Bonnet. Lane 7, a junior from Olympus, Audrey Kim. And in lane 8, a senior from Box Elder, Ashlyn Wayan. So right now, lane number 4.
4 and 5 out there.
Tarongoval. Started swim well earlier. We got a good heat. Tarongoval and Dalton. Is Tarongoval still not holding that line and able to take the heat, 53.09.
Great prelim swim.
It's pyramid seating, right?
Yep. So she was the 3rd seed there. Seeing a lot of just good small drops from those swimmers in the middle.
In lane number 1, a sophomore from Malta, Clara McDonough. In lane number 2, a junior from Dumont, Hallie Gerard. In lane 3, a junior from Collinwood, Nadia Alonso. In lane 4, a senior from Bryan, Hannah Sasaverovich. In lane number 5, a junior from Olympus, Taylor Hooten. In lane 6, a junior from Dumont, Gabby Henry. In lane 7, a sophomore from Wasatch, Avery Haynes. And in lane 8, a senior from Bountiful, Lonnie Tippett.
pretty even across the board there, that first 50. As Hannah starts to separate herself from the field.
4, 5, and 6. Hannah Sasaverovich, a name we've said for a long time in our swimming coverage. And she's distancing her advantage here. And Hannah,
she's hard.
At 51.92.
It was the best time.
So best time for Hannah. It's a second drop there as we head to the final heat.
See what Maddie Parker has to say about that.
I know Maddie Parker's grandparents are close to us, or someone from her family, trying to get her attention earlier today. In lane number 1, a senior from Olympus, Eliza Arviseth. In lane number 2, a sophomore from Provo, Sydney Weeks. In lane 3, a sophomore from Monteville, Reagan Patterson. Lane 4, a senior from Olympus, Maddie Parker. Lane 5, a senior from Park City, Sarah Wall. Lane 6, a senior from Park City, Kathleen Evans. Lane 7, a sophomore from Skyline, Isabella Williams. And in lane 8, a sophomore from Skyline, Audrey Threadgold. So Maddie Parker, the senior from Olympus. Seat time of 51.53.
Out in a 24.3, which would have made the A final in the 50. And maybe that might have podiumed, be top 3 in the 50 right now. I also want to point out the girls from Park City are not suited up today in prelims. They're wearing practice suits there, Sarah Wall and Kathleen Evans. But it's all Maddie Parker in this heat.
So Maddie comes in, drops a second, 50.65, and it's a state
8/100ths off
8/100ths on the state record. So tomorrow
you got something
get that
coming.
tech suit ready. Get that tech suit ready. Have a good warm up.
She had a slow reaction time on that start too. Her reaction time was something around 0.73, which looking more for that low 0.6, high 0.5 range. So we'll see what she can do tomorrow.
So the men 100-yard freestyle, lane number 1, a senior from East, Jonah Pugsley. In lane 2, a senior from Woods Cross, Martin Blitzmeyer. Lane 3, a senior from Bountiful, Spencer Martinson. In lane 4, a senior from Olympus, Wyatt Romney. Lane 5, a sophomore from Murray, Aiden Martin. Lane 6, a freshman from Brighton, Thatcher Martin. In lane 7, a senior from Lehigh, Matthew Pendleton. And in lane 8, a senior from Highland, Charlie Balcom.
Got to get through those names fast here in these hundreds.
When you get the PA and I synced up, man, that is hard. You're like rehearing yourself. So I gotta. That's why you do the years too. So stop doing it in the 50s. But lane 3, lane 5, and lane 6. We're tight across pond. How about lane 8? How about lane 8? Trevin Wolford.
They're all racing
Charlie
here.
Balcom, I apologize. And it's gonna be lane 3. Spencer Monson. And Pendleton in lane 8. Balcom came in third. Aiden Martin in second.
52s and 53s across the board there. Let's move on to the circle seated heats.
In lane number 1, a senior from Timpview, Garrett Platt. In lane 2, a senior from Springville, Sean Hauser. In lane 3, a junior from Brighton, Austin Partridge. In lane 4, a senior from Spanish Fork, Felix Zarnacki. In lane 5, a senior from Brighton, Richard Nielsen. Lane 6, a senior from Skyland, Lucas Keel. Lane 7, a sophomore from Olympus, Jaden Courtney. And in lane 8, a senior from Wasatch, Trevin Wolford.
Again, they're even across the board there.
Lane 5 of the slide advantage coming into this turn.
Bridger Nielsen. Saw him go under 22 in the 50 for the first time. And
well, you talked about earlier, the Brighton boys came to swim. They're trying to stock up some points for tomorrow.
3 and 5 right here.
Coach Todd, no mohawk. I feel cheated.
I was going to say the same thing.
I was going to say it to him after he made fun of me from playing Luke Bryan at a state meet a couple years ago. But I thought I would do it here where I'm safe. No plaid pants today. He'll save those for tomorrow.
Yeah, he does have the nice Bengals shoes on though.
That's true.
Brighton Bengals Nikes.
Now to heat 4. Lane number 1, a junior from Wasatch, Max James. In lane 2, a senior from lane 1's Finn Vorwaller, sophomore from Highland. Lane 2, a junior from Highland, Asher Vorwaller. Lane 3, a junior from Jordan Robbs Park. Lane 4, for a senior from Olympus, Ian Connor. Lane 5, a sophomore from Brighton, Drake Doyle. Lane 6, a sophomore from Skyline, Kevin 2. Lane 7, a junior from Jordan Owen Hershey, and in lane 8, a junior from Wasatch, William Simus.
They're out racing out in 22-3 there in the middle with Ian Connor. But Drake Doyle from Brighton, again, another Brighton boy getting out there and racing this morning. And also Robs Barton in lane 3 from Jordan.
In lane 5, Drake Doyle, that sophomore, going to take the heat. No, just out-touched there by Ian Connor. But another point opportunity for tomorrow.
And a solid second drop there for Doyle. Going under 47 for the first time.
Nice job there by Ian Connor holding the heat. So the heat 4. Now in lane number 1, a junior from Wasatch, Max James. In lane number 2, a senior from Springville, Colby Jefferson. Lane 3, a junior from Murray, Zach Richter. In lane 4, a senior from Cedar Valley, Braden Scott. Lane 5, a senior from Skyline, Adam Sinclair. In lane 6, a senior from Box Elder, Roman Knoll. In lane 7, a senior from Skyline, Drew Sorensen. In lane 8, a sophomore from Wasatch, Dylan Tranov. So lane 4 with a slight advantage here, Braden Scott. That's a good turn.
That was a very good turn.
So Scott will go comfortably in the heat. Look out for lane 3, lane 5. As it'll be Sinclair just ahead of Richter. As Scott goes right on his pace there, the 46 point. So now we'll slow things down a little bit. We'll have some time to talk a little shop, everything else as we move to the 500s. So in lane number 1, a senior from Olympus, Elizabeth Etherington. In lane 2, a junior from Olympus, Sophie Modesha. In lane 3, a junior from Montclair, Addie Wilson. In lane 4, a junior from Murray, Marin Walton. In lane 5, a senior from East, Angie Tanner. In lane 6, a sophomore from Box Elder, Amy Swenson. In lane 7, a junior from Maple Mountain, Megan Kazier. In lane 8, a senior from Wasatch, Cameron Ford.
There you go. You feel like you don't have to stumble over your words this time? Got a little more time?
Don't have to fight with the PA guy. You know, I just want to give you time to talk, you know, in those hundreds and 50s.
Well, we got plenty of time to talk now.
So now to the 500s. It's a number of lengths here.
20 lengths to be exact.
20. Who keeps count?
I hope the swimmers do.
But you got to counter for them. You got to plunge it.
That's
too.
true.
Keep them on their pace. Is a lot of time with your thoughts here in the 500.
Got to pick your favorite song, sing along.
So, yeah, give it that. So when you're trying to keep your pace in a 500, what is it you're doing in the pool to keep your pace? Because all you've got is a counter. So trying to hold that pace, what are you working on? You're
mainly focusing on just keeping your stroke. So if you're keeping your stroke rate consistent the whole time, then you're probably keeping the same pace. So
you're counting strokes in the water?
It depends on the swimmer. In the 500, not as much necessarily, strokes per length, but you get into a rhythm and you just try to keep it going, keep that beat going. But it's a little hard because, you know, every 12 strokes you're flipping and having to start over.
I mean, when you're running, when you have a time, we have someone doing your counting, you say, hey, I want some signals. Do you go over that or no? Because you always see them, they're always going fast, but it's like, what is it would you give them any time to signal, hey, I want this or I want to do this? If I'm off or on, what am I going to look at?
Yeah, usually you have obviously everyone has a goal time, so you have a certain pace for that time, and you tell your counter, hey, I want to hold 32.5, and if I'm holding 32.5, you just put that counter in the water. But when I start falling off the pace, I need to know. So you start swinging a little bit. You start shaking up and down. You'll see when they get to the double red at the end, everyone shakes up and down.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, I do know in the meet memo that was sent out for these state championship meets, they told everyone they were not to shake the counters at all.
Really?
Which I do know some teams are bringing their own, so that they don't mess up the BYU counters and so that they can shake their own. But you'll see everyone's
if you use a BYU
counter pretty still.
Yeah. I'll bring my own. I want signals, man. I need any tactical advantage as possible.
Yeah, it's a hard balance though, because for some kids it's hard when you start seeing it shaking. That means you're off pace, and so then you get in your head and you're like, well, I'm off pace and I'm not swimming fast, and you still got 300 yards to go. You don't like seeing shaking on number 9.
Yeah,
you're
right,
like, oh no.
I don't know. I said the punishment is the butterfly. You really want to punish. You just want someone away from you. Put them in the 500.
Exactly.
So any time away from you.
Yeah.
Don't want to physically punish you. 100 butterfly. There you go.
There you go. The levels of punishment within swimming.
Our daughters will know. Okay, butterfly. But lane 4 is Marin Walton. Marin comes in at a 5:45. Certainly looking for drops. Really what this is about, mate. You got your state time, and it's continuing that momentum, right? Going through now club is going to be starting up here pretty soon. You got state club coming up soon as well.
Next
so
week.
Just seeing those consistent drops.
Yeah, and a lot of these swimmers, especially in these distance events, are club swimmers. They will be swimming in senior state next week, so it's another step forward.
So still there, lane 4, Marin Walton, the junior from Murray.
150 to go.
I mean, just to give you an idea, Colleen McWilliams, who we'll see in the 4th heat today, it is quite the drop to get to Colleen McWilliams, a 4-second advantage in the next swimmer, Avery Bulkley, who's a sophomore out of Payson.
And a 6-second advantage to the next swimmer. It's really, especially in the 500, you see it really lengthen out between these top swimmers. But yeah, those top 2 are kind of a step above everyone else.
And it is one of those interesting things that you take the best 500 swimmer in the world right now. She's older, but the second best 500 swimmer in the world would be swimming in this meet, age-wise.
She would. It's pretty remarkable to think of.
Well, the
top
top 2, second and 3 would be swimming in this meet.
2, 3, 4. You got the girls from Sandpipers. You got Erin Gemmel from North Baltimore. It's a young generation, especially in the girls' distance events.
Yeah. And I'm blanking on names. Bella Sims, I never really forget.
Bella Sims, Katie Grimes.
Thank you, Katie Grimes. Mama Sims and I, we're regular texters.
Yeah.
That is a true thing. When Bella breaks the time, Mama Sims and I, we text back and forth. As we go to the Bell lap here in heat 1 of 4 of the 500, it is Marin Walton, the junior from Murray, comfortable.
She's going to be
that final turn.
Right on her seat time of a 5:45. Going to see some drops there in lanes 6 and 7, though.
Amy Swenson and Megan Kazier, Sister Mello, going to be proud to see some drops here. We couldn't see lane 1. I feel so bad. Etherington, I'm going to give major apologies here to Elizabeth Etherington. We didn't get to see her that whole swim.
No.
Can't see her at all.
Our vantage point right here is not the best for lane 1, and we.
Oh,
really
the Etherington family,
her.
I am so sorry. We have some Olympus fans. Grandma and Grandpa Matsumori are going to be mad at. No, they're not going to be mad. Just disappointed. They're not mad at us. They're just disappointed in us.
So that's a great 9-second drop for her.
And we'll spend the whole beginning of this talking about that. Man, congratulations. A 9-second drop. That's awesome. Elizabeth Etherington. And I go to heat 2, lane number 1, a junior from Orem, Addison Brown. In lane 2, a freshman from Timpview, Amelia Sampt. In lane 3, a sophomore from Timpanogos, Raiden Harris. In lane 4, a junior from Brighton, Audrey Bradley. In lane 5, a sophomore from Highland, Eleanor Plant. In lane 6, a freshman from Skyline, Elsa Bringard. In lane 7, a junior from Lehigh, Ryland Smith. And in lane 8, a junior from Olympus, Desiree Kitt.
You know, what's interesting is spread out as that heat was, they were all seated within 8 seconds, and we have got a 27-second spread in seat times from lane 4, or that's a 31-second spread from lane 4 to lane 8 in this heat. So you'll see this spread out pretty quickly.
What's our lane 1 swimmer doing?
Never again will we forget again. Lane 1.
Never happening again. It happened last year in a swim too, but what's going to happen? Lane 5 right now. It's Eleanor Plant, the sophomore from Highland. But it's going out of the pace and it's holding the pace in the 500. So are you saying, hey, I want to hit a certain thing to the 10th, and then I got another one for the next 5, or how do you break these up?
You know, there are so many ways to swim the 500, and everyone does it differently. But yeah, you usually have a specific time you want to hit pretty specifically to the 10th for each 50. Some people break it by 100. A lot of people swim it as like 100 and then 2 200s. There's a lot of different, I mean, obviously there's a lot of different ways to math the 500.
Right.
You can get to 500 adding a lot of different ways.
Hey, all I know is if I ride the Peloton, I got an output goal.
Exactly.
And once I'm off 1 or 2 points on my output goal, and I'm like, hey, I want to do a 20. That's my goal, is a 20 per output on a 45-minute ride.
Yeah.
My goal. 15. Uh-oh. Make up those 5, it's hard. So if you've ever done it before, go try that. Say, hey, I want to hit this output goal. And once you're off 1 or 2 points, you're 4 minutes in, or to a point where you got to get it back. I promise you, making up the next 8 points is really, really hard.
It's the same thing as getting off pace in the 500. And that's why sometimes if you're a cool counter, you just shake it the whole time. There's many occasions I counted for Tanner Nelson, who that's a name most people will know.
Yeah.
And I would just sit there and shake it from the start. It didn't matter what Tanner was going. Maybe that's why he went so fast.
Yeah.
He never knew what pace he was actually going.
I would take credit if I were you. You are why Tanner swims the 500 really fast.
Yep.
But right now, still holding it in lane 5. So Eleanor Plant, she can keep this pace. The junior Audrey Bradley. It's not all often you get a race in the 500, although usually in the B final in the 500s, it is a race.
It's because they're all really close in times. They didn't get swimming next to each other in prelims. We might even get a prelims race here.
That's what I'm saying. We're right there. If they can hold it here with Plant and Bradley, usually you feel like one of them is kind of lying in the weeds, but this is going to be pretty close. They're a 13-second difference. That's why if Elmore Plant can hold this pace, she is a 13-second, probably 7-second difference.
And she's fallen back a little bit. She got outsplit by about 8/10 on that last 50, but she's holding in there. This is the 150 mark.
Of course, seat time for Audrey Bradley was a 5:14.69, and for Plant a 5:21.14.
I think Bradley will be a little off at that time, but it'll be a great prelim. So that's the other thing that you have to consider with the 500 is with these seat times, tend to not go as near as fast as seat time prelims to these top swimmers. There's a lot more room to add and still be in that top spot.
Again, the goal is to make it back to the A finals, the ultimate goal. But B final, when you're in these top 2 heats, find your way into the top 16. Get yourself back into the swim tomorrow.
Get yourself a lane. That's what it's all about.
Well, it's funny because I always go back to one of my first meets I did at the state tournament was Jan Dvorsky, was a lane 8 swimmer that earned his way to the A final and then medaled. Well, he medaled anyway. He got in the top 3. I think he was a freshman, Jan Dvorsky.
And then fast forward to senior year last year.
A non-cap swimmer, Jan Dvorsky.
Yeah. Maybe that's why he won senior year. He won a cap. He wore a cap. So on the last 50 here.
So the last 50, we're going to, again, it's Audrey Bradley in lane 4, the junior from Brighton, going to hold off here on Eleanor Plant. Remember, it was a 7-second difference coming in. And actually, we're going to have I think, anyway, I'm not a mathematician like you, but Eleanor Plant is going to see a pretty
close to best time.
Well, 5:21 was her best time, right on it.
There we go.
So it is going to be Bradley with a 5:17. As Eleanor Plant came right in on her 5:21.
And Raiden Harris from Timpanogos had a strong finish there then, coming to 5:25. That's a 6-second drop for her in lane 3.
Yeah, there we go. Want to see drops. In most other sports, you don't want drops, but in swimming, we do.
Swimming, we do.
Swimming and golf.
Big drops. As we move on to heat 3.
So in heat 3, in lane number 1, Ellie Brown, the freshman from Highland. Lane 2, a freshman from Springville, Macy Polson. In lane 3, a sophomore from Park City, Gretchen Lane. In lane 4, a sophomore from Payson, Avery Bulkley. In lane 5, a junior from Skyline, Becca Bringard. In lane 6, a junior from Wasatch, Emerson Brooks. In lane 7, a senior from Park City, Savannah Flynn. And in lane 8, a sophomore from Viewmont, Izzy Harris. So Avery Bulkley, the second fastest seat time coming into today, a 5:08.49. put her in this heat in lane number 4.
It'll be interesting to see with these top 2 seeds what they decide to do, because they obviously have a lot of space to just kind of relax this morning. Interestingly, the state record in this event last year from Caitlin Andrus, 4:55.28, that was a prelim swim. She went all out in prelims, and she went 4:59 in finals. Still a great swim, but it was 4 seconds slower, and so she went out for that record in prelims. It'll be interesting to see if Avery and Colleen in the next heat go for it now, or they hold off for tomorrow.
Well, in the 5A records, Amanda Barrett, a meet that you were at as a youngster, for my first ever swim meet that I'd ever been to. Amanda Barrett broke the state record, and I was on the bulkhead for it.
Wow, you're taking me way back.
But
back on the old bulkhead in this pool.
In lane 4 is Avery Bulkley. That was a meet that Brighton just absolutely dominated. Long Gutierrez.
Those were the days.
It was a Minor was the male swimmer from Brighton that broke a bunch of records.
Those were fun swimmers to watch too.
They were.
And some of those records still stand.
And Long was a sophomore that year. But Amanda Barrett went crazy in that meet and broke a bunch of records too. But Audrey Bradley, we talked about her, or probably not Audrey Bradley. Avery Bulkley, a sophomore from Payson. Certainly being a sophomore and being 4 seconds off of a senior pace, you'd think staying on trajectory, what she could do, gives her a chance as she gets older.
Yeah.
If she can do it now as a sophomore.
Dropped a bunch of time this year to get to where she's at, and if she stays on that trajectory, she's headed in a great direction.
Well, when we talked about Katie Grimes, remember when Katie was 14, she wasn't the top swimmer then. It was Bella Sims, and it wasn't until the trials all of a sudden Katie kind of found her rhythm and has never really looked back.
Yeah, we should clarify. She was a really good swimmer before that.
But I'm just saying, when we were at those meets, it was all about Bella.
Yeah.
And I did that first meet of Bella Sims, and even the 500 she swam, it was Bella Sims and Erica Sullivan. And Katie had a great time for her time. And then all of a sudden you got and we go to the Olympics and everything else. So
that's true. You especially see that in the distance events, and especially in young teenage girls swimming distance, that sometimes they just find that rhythm, and once they do, they don't skip a beat. Katie Grimes hasn't skipped a beat since.
And now her IM all of a sudden is coming together. So
yes, it is.
The way it goes. But right now it is Avery Bulkley, as expected. But how about lane 3 also is Gretchen Lane. And lane 5 is Becca Bringard.
They actually bolt out split Bulkley on that last 50. So see if Lane's looking really good there in 3. See if she can come this last 100 to go, give Bulkley a race.
So it is Bulkley still in advantage here. This is a young heat. There's only one senior in this heat, and it's in lane 7. Lane 7, Savannah Flynn. Grandma Flynn still watching the stream. Papa Flynn just behind McKay's left shoulder. As Avery Bulkley in her final 50. Someone's being urged on. Can you see the people on the deck telling you got to get going?
Depends if you're closing your eyes or not.
Can't swim straight with my eyes closed. But here comes Bulkley. And look, lane 3, Gretchen Lane giving a charge. And Bulkley is going to go a 5:13. So Gretchen Lane goes a 5:14.52. And for Lane, that is a 9-second drop for the sophomore out of Park City.
That is a great swim, especially for prelims. Great finish, coming home in 29.9. It's always awesome to see final split under 30 seconds. And it's not easy to do. But best
And,
times all across the board
yeah,
there.
Savannah Flynn drops 8 seconds.
Exactly.
You can hit us up at KSL Sports Rewind. Let us know where you're watching the stream. Fastest way to get a shout out on the stream is knowing who's watching. But as we go to the 4th and final heat of the prelims, in lane number 1, a senior from Springville, Madeline Maccabee. Lane 2, a sophomore from Park City, Tate Swenson. In lane 3, a sophomore from Spanish Fork, Coco Riding. In lane 4, a senior from Skyline, Colleen McWilliams. And in lane 5, a senior from Olympus, Kaya Lawson. Lane 6, a freshman from Skyline, Riley Jonart. And in lane 7, a junior from Park City, Bridget Lane. And in lane 8, a junior from Northridge, Andy Gover.
And already Colleen McWilliams starting to separate herself a little bit. Out with Kaya Lawson from Olympus.
We talked about Colleen during that 200 IM. This is a swimmer that she too, we saw a few years ago. You swam in the meet, but with the University of Utah swimmers in the senior long course state, and Colleen didn't give an inch.
No, she did not.
In that moment, I was like, all right, I'm going to circle this name. Because I just love the competitiveness. It was like, I was like, well, okay, here we go. Here comes Utah swimmers, and Colleen in that meet was like, nope. And not only did she not give an inch, she gained on
She
her
beat some of
her
them.
end. Yeah, she gained on her relay.
Yeah. That was a good moment for Utah club swimming against the University of Utah.
It was.
Not a great moment for the University of Utah,
No,
but a
it
great
wasn't.
moment for Utah club swimming.
Showed up, thought they'd beat the kids, and then Colleen's like, nope, not happening. Is Colleen in lane number 4, followed by Kyle Lawson. They swim with each other every day, literally. And they'll breathe. Well, I probably smart. So Kyle Lawson going to breathe away on the home stretch. Well, you can tell, I'm obviously going deep into this, going to take a breath at each one, at each stroke, but Colleen at 5:04.14.
And you know, it's swimmers like Kaya Lawson that could really make a difference in this meet. When we talk about the team battle, she comes into this event seated 4th, but you know, if she just sticks on Colleen's hip, that will put her in 2nd, and you know, there's 2 points right there for that Olympus Skyline battle.
Of course, Colleen committed to George Washington University and go back east.
Yep.
It's a great education, George Washington University.
Great swim program too.
Yeah. And go hang out in Maryland. Some would say the one of the prettiest falls in all of America in Maryland. Not quite southeastern Pennsylvania, but it's pretty close.
I feel like we have
So
a
I've been
biased
told.
opinion here about the South.
My mother's told me that all the time. Yeah, but southeast Pennsylvania, sorry, cherry trees and stuff. You ain't beating that.
Cherry blossoms in D.C.
Yeah. But the George Washington and the cherry tree, that's why we share that too. It's President's Day weekend. Am I right? President's Day weekend.
President's Day weekend.
Those of you watching on the stream, because you're doing the Parade of Homes in St. George, we welcome you. But Colleen McWilliams committed the seat time of 5:04.14. And followed by Kyle Lawson. Her seat time of 5:17.92. The state record, Caitlin Andrus, of 4:55.28. Remember that a year ago, it was kind of partway through it. Your dad, Paul, does the math and goes, I think she's going to go for this. And then she did.
And Colleen not necessarily going for it this morning, but she's going to be just around a 5:06 probably. It'll be a solid morning swim, but it's going to be a great drop here for Lawson if she keeps it up right here.
And Kaya we mentioned a 5:17. So down and back. We'll get the bells coming out.
Like we said earlier, see how much this heat spread out here. McWilliams here about to lap there on the outside edge, lane 7 and 8.
So off the turn, Colleen McWilliams. See how close McKay is. McKay said a 5:06.
She can go faster than 5:06. But I'll stick with my 5:06.
5:06.59. There we go.
The math doesn't lie. The math doesn't lie, Dusty.
But you put that time out there, and coming in is going to be Lawson. 5:14, a 3-second drop for Kaya Lawson. And Coco riding at a 5:22.
Few tenth drop for her.
So get us to the men 500s.
Still a little in disbelief. Coco riding is a sophomore in high school.
Right. Age group swim meet. Whenever we get those, yeah, we'll continue to do these because if Paul's willing to fly back from Europe to make sure he's here, I think we're going to continue to do this. As we go to the men 500-yard freestyle, in lane number 1, a sophomore from Box Elder, Carter Coburn. In lane 2, a junior from Box Elder, Cedric Monson. In lane 3, a junior from Box Elder, Camden Arzani. In lane 4, a sophomore from Bountiful, Andy Duke. In lane 5, a junior from Northridge, Jace Bambro. In lane 6, a sophomore from Skyline, Alexander Scams. In lane 7, a senior from Jordan, Austin Haycock. And in lane 8, a senior from Tooele, Garrett Pearson. I gotta guess, I'm just guessing, Carter Coburn has got to be related to a Coburn that was a football player way back when. There was before high definition television at Box Elder that was part of.
Played against you?
Curtis Cosgrove, no, I covered.
Oh.
He had a Triple C's, Curtis Cosgrove, and he had the Coburns as well. There were wrestlers and football players with Coach Raceler back in the day, and also track stars with Coach Raceler. So anyway, that's what out there.
Those Box Elder boys planned this out pretty perfectly, being 1, 2, 3 together.
Yeah,
there.
they did.
So we get next to each other in practice every day, and just like practice, take off the stress.
So Andy Duke has a lead time in this one, but in the men's 500, top time coming in a 4:40.39, and then the second a 4:48.9. That being in from Alex Stewart from Skyline and Ralph Fiskus from Park City. It is interesting to note that in all the sports that have been dominated and taken away from Salt Lake County, swimming is one that hasn't fully, at times has been, but not fully taken away from Salt Lake County and North.
No, it's definitely, they've stayed fast, and it's gotten a lot faster over the past few years. The state of Utah swimming has improved a lot. It's kind of split over. You have 5A here is really dominated, and this just is because of the demographic of who's there, but 5A is dominated by Salt Lake County, and 6A is dominated by Utah County.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because you think of all the championships and everything else, it hasn't happened other than Corner Canyon. But Corner Canyon's been in the Utah County region, as you know.
Yeah.
But it has been Salt Lake County's hold to most of the sports of football and basketball, but baseball and everything else has all been taken. You think of football, 5A, 6A, Lehigh owns it. Lehigh and Skyridge.
Exactly.
But basketball, the same thing. American Fork took it last year, and girls was an all Utah County championship with Lehigh and Springville in the girls' side. So, and swimming has been there. Lone Peak girls. Swimming has been Lone Peak boys, Lone Peak girls last year. American Fork
boys, yeah.
So to see so many Utah or Salt Lake County, it's been Brighton. You got your 6A coming up pretty soon with Corner Canyon. But it's good to see stacking here in Salt Lake County and swimming. And then our folks in Box Elder County yelling at the screen here in this one. As the boys, the Bees,
are sticking together right there in lanes 1, 2, and 3.
All underclassmen as well. And we won't miss lane number 1, Carter Coburn.
Right now it's lane 6.
Lane 6, Alexander Scams. We saw him earlier in the meet. You see time of 5:12.
So I believe this is Nicholas Scam's younger brother, Alexander, the sophomore. Nicholas is the IMer and breaststroker. Brother choosing a few different events, going with the distance freestyle.
Right now, lane 6, Alex Scams. Followed by Austin Haycock and then Andy Duke. It's a matter of holding this pace.
100 left to go, 75 here at this wall. They're going to be well under their best times. Scams comes in with a 5:12.56.
Not going
to be under 5:10.
Yeah. You see that state record time of the 4:30. I don't have anybody's going to challenge that in this meet.
It's a hard record to break.
Did it at Kearns, no less.
You can see Tanner came back to this pool and did 4:27 last year for the pool record.
Yeah, so lane 6, lane 7 of the final strokes here. And it's going to be Scams getting some, and then followed by Austin Haycock. And then in third, Andy Duke.
Great drops for that, almost that entire heat. Check that entire heat.
And Scams dropped a bunch as we go to heat number 2. Lane number 1, a sophomore from Clark City, Nathan Contreras. In lane 2, a junior from Springville, Nathan Anderson. Lane 3, a senior from Skyline, Harper Grace. In lane 4, a junior from Alta, Isaac Ridge. In lane 5, a junior from Springville, Easton Mauser. In lane 6, a sophomore from Park City, Keegan Elgie. In lane 7, a sophomore from Bountiful, Liam Glissmeyer. And in lane 8, a sophomore from Viewmont, Andrew Webster. Fastest time in this heat in lane 4, Isaac Ridge, a 4:47.12.
That's when we'll start to see things spread out again in this heat.
So lane 4, Isaac Ridge, the junior from ALTA HAWK.
You say that once and it gets stuck in your head.
It happens. And that new school is just beautiful. You come driving down 114th, make a little turn.
It is beautiful.
If you really come down 110, you get the better look at everything. It's kind of an amazing thing. That Performing Arts Center
sticks out from the view on South Mountain as well.
Yeah, it's their one claim over the Corner Canyon. You just go a little more south. That's what they had to do. And then the Athletic Center is a gorgeous building too. Been in there. It rivals the SAB here at BYU. I kid by saying that. Gets people from BYU mad at me. The director of football operations doesn't appreciate when I say that. But apparently it does rival what the Arizona Cardinals have. So
Ridge.
Lane 4, Isaac Ridge.
Locked in at 29s.
Yeah, we'll be holding the sub-30s.
Mauser trying to stay on his feet. Along with LG.
4, 5, and 6. Easton Mauser, and then lane 6, Park City, Keegan LG. Trying to make sure we're not missing lane 1 here, Nathan Contreras. We got snuck up on earlier today. Lane 1 getting blocked up or covered up by the deck.
Ridge approaches the 350 wall. Still locked in at 29s. Slowly getting under that 500 mark. Right now on pace for probably a best time. Again, comes into the 447.1. Great swim here, though, in lane 6 from LG. With 100 to go. Comes in with a 5:01.8. Looking for a 10-second drop here. And continuing to go. He's starting to drop it. He just dropped Easton Mauser in lane 5. 75 yards to go.
We're going to start hearing the bells. There's Isaac Ridge. We talked about Ridge coming in at 4:47.12.
He's going
to be close. He'd have to go sub 30.
He's been sub 30 on every 50 so far. Kind of setting cruise control a little bit, though. This is a great swim out of lane 6 with LG. And Mauser starts to turn it on as well.
And Keegan LG, that sophomore, try to break. Well, he's going to drop major time, as you mentioned. LG goes to 4:49. You remember when LG came in today, it was a 5:01. I'm sure you went through this in the K, but a 5:01 dropped down to 4:49.
I wish I could drop in the 500 like that.
Oh my goodness, man. Hey, if you're going to break 000, break it in fashion.
Yeah, if you're going to break 500, why don't you just break 450 for the first time, too? Let's skip that 500 barrier.
There's a couple of barriers going on. I wanted to see, maybe he's just too tired to not have as big of a celebration as I would expect from a 500 swimmer. He's still cursing out his coach for making him swim it. We go to heat 3 of 4. In lane number 1, a sophomore from Oren, James Christensen. Lane 2, a sophomore from Park City, Jamie Taylor. In lane 3, a senior from Brighton, Ethan Bangeter. In lane 4, a senior from Park City, Ralph Fiskus. In lane 5, a sophomore from East, Glenn Tanner. Lane 6, a sophomore from Woods Cross, Emin Kamau. In lane 7, a sophomore from Olympus, Kai Johnson. And in lane 8, a sophomore from Timpview, Jonathan Lemon. Ethan Bangeter. I shared earlier my favorite story from a swim down at St. George. It was a Sunday swim, the 500s, and Ethan Bangeter was trying to break 000. And his coach, he was in lane 8, over the top lane, and his coach walked up and down that lane with him, that whole swim. And he did. He broke it. I'll never forget that. Your dad and I were laughing that whole time calling that.
Todd was walking up and down the pool?
It was an assistant coach. It wasn't Todd. It was an assistant. Made sure he knew where he was and walked right with him.
Surprisingly helps a lot. I had a coach do that in practice all the time. And that was really helpful.
Well, got another swimmer that needs that. I got to find a way to get her on the outside lanes, and we just go right down it. But a young girl that's going to age up, poor thing. So
February birthdays.
Parents of a swimmer. The lane 4 is Ralph Fiskus, a senior from Park City, with seat time of 4:40.85. As we were talking about earlier, Alex Stewart, his seat time, the top seat coming in at 4:40.39. But Fiskus and Stewart should know each other. They're in the same region.
Yep, those 440s were from the same heat. It's a great race at their region meet.
South Davis Pool gets a lot of work. Or they swim at Wasatch.
They swam at South Davis.
South Davis.
South Davis hosted, I want to say they hosted 5 region meets.
Well, I heard that's why Region 4 went early.
Yeah.
It's 3-week layoff.
Somebody has to.
Yeah. Is it a flip of the coin or is it an arm wrestling contest between athletic directors?
I'll go with the arm wrestling contest. and
Pat. Come on, Pat. Unless you want your swimmers to come in on a taper into the state championship meet. I don't know. The Fiskus comfortably in here, really for him. And these 500s, too, as you know, being close to something like Nelson. It's just, hey, I got to pace. I'm swimming my race. I'm swimming my time, right?
Yep.
Unless you have a rabbit to chase.
Swim in your own lane, do your thing. That's exactly what he's doing.
Lane 3 and lane 5. Kind of the fun ones here, Bangerter and Glenn. Now they are close. It's a 3-second difference between Bangerter and Glenn. Can you see lane 5 from lane 3 in the 500?
Yeah, you usually can. That's someone you would be able to see.
If you've never joined our swimming coverage before, I rely on all my swimming knowledge from Paul and McKay. Didn't do it. Carbon girls are the only ones that swim. And sadly gave up the rain this year to judge.
Dusty's not bitter at all.
I'm not. I'm really not. Because Ethan Bangerter seems like they're going to pick up some pace there. As we got lane 4, still Ralph Viscus.
Bangerter is on pace to go a serious best time here. Seated with a 4:55.
Yeah.
Looking to break 4:50. Viscus hits the bell turn. Viscus is going to go best time here. He's going to be under 4:40.
We've had some major drops. We talked about in the last heat. That has some major drops. So coming in is Viscus. Where he came in at a 4:40.85 and a 4:37. Ralph Viscus, attaboy. Here comes Bangerter. With a 4:55 for Bangerter coming into today. And Bangerter going to come in at a 4:49.47. And then lane 5. Tanner Glenn, a 4:54.84. So nice drops here for Viscus and Bangerter.
Some great swims.
So final heat of the 500. And we'll go to the women's 200 relay.
Have a little break after this heat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to reset the pool. When you get the pool this hot, you got to let it cool down. In lane number 1, a junior from Springville, Nick Ullman. Then lane 2, a junior from Skyline, Miguel Fergoso. In lane 3, a junior from Brighton, Aiden Winter. In lane 4, a junior from Skyline, Alex Stewart. In lane 5, a junior from Olympus, Miles Morin. In lane 6, a sophomore from Wasatch, Brighton Bushnell. In lane 7, a sophomore from Wasatch, Parker Edwards. And in lane 8, a junior from East, Cade Holtz.
You know, we mentioned that break that comes after this race, and that's a new addition this year, a new break after the 500. And that makes things a little interesting. It opens the options a little bit because your swimmers in the 500 now have an extra 10 minutes. Maybe you can throw them on that 200 free relay.
Right. Give them their breath a little bit.
That used to be the punishment turnaround is you're mad at a swimmer, you throw them the 500 and the 200 free relay.
But Tanner, right?
Yeah. Still don't think it's as bad as the 100 breast, 400 free relay turnaround. Right. But they solved that problem too because they added another break after the 100 breast.
Hey, just don't want guys scratching. We want the best swimmers swimming.
Yeah.
And if you want best swimmers to swim, you got to, load management.
Load management. It's finally reached swimming.
It hasn't really worked for Kawhi since Toronto, but let's all do it. Let's just all do it. Stockton and Malone, they just played too much. You can't break records and have a legacy if you play too much. Microfracture surgery for John Stockton. He only missed 18 games. Not a big deal. At the end of his career, by the way.
At the end of his career.
Just saying. Is Alex Stewart mentioned 4:40.39. He's not got to chase the rabbit on 4:37. Does it matter in the prelim, or you still want to have the middle lane in going in tomorrow?
Depends on the type of person you are. Some people, it's a big confidence boost to go, and some people would see that and say, okay, I'll let you do that and spend your energy today, and we'll race you tomorrow. He's out about a second and a half slower at the 200 than Stewart was, so we'll see where he settles, though. That first 200, you kind of get those jitters out, you start settling in. 250 mark's usually a good indication. Come through at 218, so 218 plus 218 is 437.
that what it is?
Yeah.
I need you to tell me that. 'Cause
Be a nice even split to hit a 37 there, but he's going to have a great
he gets a
either
couple
way.
of 28s in there, maybe drop it a little bit. But he can't even it out with a 30.
He has picked up his legs a little bit on this 50 as he approaches the 300. 28.9.
28 point.
The rest of the field's sticking in there a little bit there. Aiden Winter in lane 3. Miles in lane 5 from Olympus. Kind of locked in there together in lanes 3 and 5.
So Aiden Stewart at 29.
A little bit of a tired turn there.
Yeah. A deliberate turn. The high
You have
school
a way
version
with
of saying
words.
that.
A way with words.
Yeah. Or a turn he'd want to have back. So lane 3 and lane 5 is the race here. Winter and Miles Morin get in the same region. Matter of fact, there's only one swimmer in this heat that's not in the same region, and that's Nick Ullman, this swimmer out of Springville. Take that back, in Wasatch.
So
They
actually
moved all
half
those
the heat,
regions. They
Dusty.
moved all those regions, yeah. 3 of the 8. But Skyline, Brighton, Olympus, and East. Just feel like you gotta have Wasatch and East in the same region. We're talking about Wasatch and Park City. But coming on the way home is Alex Stewart.
Come in at a 442, 443. This Moran in lane 5 has extended his lead over Winter.
So we'll have a fun battle tomorrow. The state championship as Stewart comes in at a 4:43.13. And then in lane 5 is Miles Morin. A 4:49.98. And for Morin, a 3-second drop for Morin. And Aiden Winter drops 2 seconds. So, well, our final swimmer coming in, Gabe Holes. And we will have a 10-minute break as we get ready for the 200 freestyle. You're watching the 2022-23 5A Swimming State Championships on your home for online championships, KSLSports.com. And welcome into the start of the women 200-yard freestyle relay. We got 3 heats. In lane number 2 is going to be Springville, lane 3 Bountiful, lane 4 Brighton, lane 5 Spanish Fork, lane 6 Provo, and lane 7 Payson. With Dusty Lister rejoined by Paul Larson. We said earlier, important people have important phone calls, and they take them when they come. But we don't have all the names yet. We're going to try to get those. But in lane 2 is Springville. It's Kate Brower, the freshman, outstar. But in lane 4 is Brighton, but we don't have their lineup yet. They hadn't released it. The heat sheets were done. So it is Brighton. In fact, I don't think they released them yet because the PA didn't announce swimmers. So Brighton's still in the lead. Followed by Spanish Fork, and that is Sophie Riding. And up in lane 7, or at lane 6, that is Connie Mendez trying to give a push. But it's Brighton with a double body length lead. And fighting for second place is really, really close. Down in lane number 2 is Springville and Fernanda Hernandez. And Brighton still in a strong lead. Springville coming in second off that exchange from Hernandez to Haley Brimhall. There goes Haley Brimhall. Then Bountiful in lane 3. Brighton well in the lead, lane 4. Lane 5 is Coco Riding, the sophomore. Followed by Linda Fisher and then Payson in lane 7. So it is Brighton now in the third exchange and the final exchange of their anchor. Again, just trying to earn their way into the A final tomorrow. Probably why they held out the roster here.
Yes. Of course, this is pyramid seated, so it's the Brighton with the third fastest seat time, trying to prove on their 141.
And it is Mara Erickson coming in lane 5 just ahead of Bountiful. So now we go to heat number 2. And again, we don't have lineups for Skyline and Wasatch here in heat number 2. Lane number 1 is Timpanogos, lane 2 Maple Mountain, lane 3 Alta, lane 4 Skyline, lane 5 Wasatch, lane 6 Dumont, lane 7 Salem Hills. And it is the lead at the top of the pool in lane 6. That is Beaumont's Gabby Henry with a great start for the Vikings. And Henry will give off to Veronica Passion.
So with it, 25:01, the fastest split for the first group.
Lane 3 in Alta, it's L North. And we're right across the pool, 3, 4, 5. Lane 3 is Rebecca Affleck. Lane 4, we don't have a swimmer for lane 4. Lane 5 is Skyline, lane 4, Wasatch lane 5. Right now, a good swim here for Skyline. So lane 5 Wasatch. It's Wasatch just behind Skyline, and then Alta. Right now is Skyline, Wasatch in 4 and 5, and the Alta swimmer is Sophie Anders. And Sophie trying to reel in lane 4 and 5. I don't know if she has enough pool to do it. And it will be lane 4 as the Skyline just ahead of Wasatch and Alta, both at 143 points.
So that heat a little bit slower than the first heat. 142.39 out of the first heat. 142.97 wins that heat.
So the third and final heat, lane 1 is Murray, lane 2 Box Elder, lane 3 Park City, lane 4 Olympus, lane 5 Timpview, lane 6 Highland, and lane 7 Lehigh. And as you expect, Olympus out quickly, and I want Maybe going for record 23.21.
23.21. 23.21.
That's a new record.
State record. So that leadoff.
Was that Jade Garstein?
No, that is Maddie Parker with a new state record. Maddie Parker leads off with a new state record.
So Maddie Parker breaks the record. And remember, she'll still have the 50 final tomorrow.
She breaks the 18-year-old record of Jennifer Fretzel.
So Jennifer Fretzel's last record is gone.
So nice lead off by Maddie. Now Olympus. Of course, Olympus.
And here's the hard part for Jennifer Fretzel, is that when she broke the record, 5A was the largest classification in the state of Utah, but it stays a 5A record instead of going to 6A. So that great start, Olympus is obviously going to take care of business here. They came into the seat time of 137.
So they are going for the state record. They're going to be a little short, but that's something that they can shoot for tomorrow.
136.59 is a state record, and they go 139.10. But it is a new record with Parker in the women's 50-yard free. 23.25 was the record. I think her time coming in was a 23. Was a 23 flat, right?
Her time coming in was a 23.29 she had been. But that 23.21 also is a All-American consideration. The automatic All-American time is a 23.17. She was 400ths from an automatic All-American. But well under the consideration time.
So into the men's 200 freestyle relay, lane number 1, or heat 1, lane 2 is Highland, lane 3 Tippoo, lane 4 Brighton, lane 5 Jordan, lane 6 Spanish Fork, and lane 7 Cottonwood. And a good start in lane number 3 in Tippoo, that's Max Shobi. Shobi giving way to Tag Lund. And now we look up at lane number 6. And lane 6 is Spanish Fork. That's Andrew Heat, who came in for Felix Zarnecki.
And Drake Doyle with the 21.79 leadoff.
So lane 4 is Brighton. And the Brighton boys have been, as McKay Larson said, they're on a mission.
22 for, that's Gavin, who is that? Gavin Smith with a 22.15. Fastest split for the second swimmers.
Austin Partridge in the pool right now for Brighton. And junior Austin Partridge going to give off to Bridger Nielsen. Todd Etherington got to be pleased with what his boys have done this morning.
22.36. So
the senior Bridger Nielsen.
So that final split for the Brighton relay is in at a 21.61.
And a nice swim by Jordan as well, 129.63.
21.05 split for Jordan's Holden.
Holden Bunker.
No, that's for Jordan. Let's see, we got to get the right.
Robs Barton.
Robs Barton. Great swim for Robs, 21. That was the fastest split on the board. Robs Barton, 21.05.
So now we go to heat 2. Lane number 1, Woods Cross. Lane 2, Lehigh. Lane 3, Cedar Valley. Lane 4, Olympus. Lane 5, Springville. Lane 6, Payson. And lane 7, Box Elder. And a nice start up in lane number 6. In lane 6, that's Payson's Talon Coons. Not surprised that Coons got out to a good start. Isaac Cowie.
22.21.
And now looking at lane number 4, giving charge. That's Olympus's Owen Hartman. And Hartman can come out of the water neck and neck to take the lead as he'll give away to Abe Astle. What a split there by Hartman.
22.49.
So now Astle into the pool. His brother, an outstanding swimmer last year for the boys Olympus team. As Abe will give way to Ian Connor.
21-4-6 split for Astle.
So now into the pool comes Olympus's Ian Connor. Olympus commanded seat time 127.51.
So 127.91 was the time there for Brighton. And this is going to be slower.
128.36. Get a feel where they have to be for tomorrow, imagine, against Brighton. And remember, with all the points that Brighton's putting into the pool for tomorrow, these relays will be huge.
So look at that split there in lane 3.
Wow, 21.06?
No, we have first
Cedar Valley, Braden Scott.
Braden Scott, he went sub 20.93.
Great
so
Scott.
A great split. Great Scott is right.
I bet he's never heard that joke before.
Yeah.
Heat 3 in lane number 1, Tooele. Lane 2, Murray. Lane 3, Wasatch. Lane 4, Skyline. Lane 5, Park City. Lane 6, Viewmont. And lane 7, Alta.
Skyline's Kevin 2.
Good start on lane 4 and Kevin 2. 2 followed by Wasatch. Good reason, Trevin Wolfert in lane 3. Lane 4 now is Drew Sorensen. Sorensen out strong there in lane 4. He'll give off to Dash Springmeyer. We'll see what this split is here for Sorensen. 22.30 as Springmeyer comes in. Trying to build on this advantage.
Skyline's going to have to bring it in the second half to be qualified first.
They came in qualified first with a 127.46. Because remember, Brighton, Olympus, and Skyline were all in the same region meet.
Yeah.
It is now 22-1-2. Adam Sinclair.
So Sinclair really going to have to bring it for Skyline.
But it's going to set up quite the Region 6 battle tomorrow in the championship heat, as it's going to be 128.36. So you're going to flip the script.
So that's the same
Olympus.
exact time that Olympus did.
So we're going to flip it. It was 3-2-1, Brighton, Olympus, Skyline tomorrow. It's going to go Brighton, Skyline, Olympus tomorrow.
With actually Olympus and Skyline going the same exact time. So it's going to be a close one. It's the region meet all over.
We got a couple of good Region 6 battles tomorrow in the A finals. The 500, men's 500 is the same thing.
So complete the relays, now on to backstroke.
So Ryan White, the state record holder. Make sure we always mention that.
That's Olympian Ryan White.
All-American and the most decorated Utah swimmer of all time.
No question about it.
So in lane number 1 is a junior from Alta, Maddie Watt. Lane 2 for junior from Maple Mountain, Annis Christensen. Lane 3 from Salem Hills, Eva Nelson. In lane 4 from Lehigh, Alyssa Sunderquist. In lane 5, a junior from Skyline, Rachel Pan. Lane 6, junior from Tooele, Ava Leone. And in lane 7, Olympus is Kenna McDonald. In lane 8, the senior from Wasatch, Madeline Hinkley.
Just reflecting on those 200 free relays, and it is going to be really close tomorrow with that. But just to put in perspective, last year that Olympus team was so stacked, they actually went 4 seconds faster than what the boys went today. And I'm not detracting from the fine swims we had today, but that was a special team last year.
Yeah.
I mean, that 124.07, that was a seriously legitimate All-American time.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Well, it just tells you how good that team was a year ago. And as the this one comes to a close. It's Alyssa Sunderquist in lane 4 with a 103.25. Drops a second. Now, you think of that team, and we talk about the swimmer and Evan Van Broekelen. The Pac-12 can be laughed at for lots of things, but swimming's not one of them.
That's right.
And when you're the swimmer of the week in the Pac-12,
that's something.
That is something. As we go to Heat 2. In lane number 1 from Brighton, Andrea Zurius. In lane 2 from Salem Hills, Maddie Graham. Maddie Graham in lane 2. Lane 3 from Cottonwood, Nadia Alonso. Lane 4, a senior from Timpview, Annie Richner. Lane 5 from Park City, Lauren Bigwell. Lane 6, from Lehigh, Talia Hasselbeck. In lane 7 from Skyline, Allison Sweeney. And in lane 8 from Alta, Jill Rich.
So, Annie from Timpview, 27.8.
Richner going to swim at BYU. Her grandfather is the winningest basketball coach in program history. And rocking orange shoes today. As Richner comes in at a 56.76.
So
drops a second.
Yeah, nice swim for Annie. Her fastest of the year. Peaking at the right time.
Sit out of Heat 3. It's going to be a type A final tomorrow.
Yes.
And really the question now in the next couple of heats is how many girls go below double O for the first time. In lane number 1 from Stansbury, Caitlin Taylor. In lane 2 from Brighton, Colby Klein. In lane 3 from Springville, Brinley Waite. In lane 4 from Olympus, Taylor Hooton. In lane 5 from Olympus, Sadie McDonald. Lane 6 from Wasatch, Elsie Malinka. In lane 7 from Skyline, Olivia Turney. And in lane 8 from Murray, Adelaide Stoddard. So a nice start here for Taylor Hooton. But in this heat, you've got so many swimmers right around double O. When I talk about the A final tomorrow, you look at the top swimmers, 56 point, 58 point, 56 point, 57 point, and Richner just went 56 point.
Yes. And Hooton trying to go faster than that. Trying to go under 56.
So Taylor Hooton goes 56.79.
So 300ths behind Annie Richner from the first heat.
Yeah, lane 3, 4, 5, and 6 tomorrow is going to be a show. It's going to be really, really close.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need the Wasatch coach to come to the scoring table, and we need relay declarations from Highland and from Murray.
So we'll the final heat of the prelims of the 100-yard backstroke.
Number 17, heat 4, by the start of the
In lane number 1 from Highland, Claire Hamula. In lane 2 from Wasatch, Reese Andrews. In lane 3 from Spanish Fork, Coco Riding. In lane 4 from Skyline, Jade Garstang. In lane 5 from Wasatch, Anna Diedrichs. In lane 6 from Timpview, Kate Richner. In lane 7 from Alta, Kate DeGaring. In lane 8 from Bountiful, Madeline Fenwick.
Jade out quick, 26.74, so a second faster than both Taylor Hooton and Annie Richner.
mean, remember this time for Jade Garstang.
Would
And
expect.
she'd be fighting for a junior national spot
Yeah.
in this event.
Yeah, the All-American consideration time is 55.83. She may have that in her wheelhouse this morning.
Come Jade into the wall. 55.83.
55.83, there it is.
The All-American consideration time for Jade Garstang in the prelim.
Yes.
How fast is that A final going to be tomorrow? Because she's going to pull it.
And she will pull those other swimmers, so.
And here's the crazy thing. Jade Garstang is just a sophomore, folks. Ryan White's record of 53.45 is within distance in the next 2 years if she puts the work in. You know she's going to put the work in.
It could be exciting.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to event number 18, men's 100-yard backstroke.
Now to the men 100-yard backstroke. Now that's also me putting in my traditional sports mode of, well, if he threw 45 touchdowns as a sophomore, he'll throw 50 touchdowns.
Nice swim by Kate Richner. The other Richner girl, the sophomore from Timpview, she goes under one for the first
breaks
time.
double O.
And will be in that championship final.
In heat number 1, in lane 1 from Wasatch, Stockton Orr. In lane 2 from Alta, Evan Karajic. In lane 3 from Alta, Griffin Tasker. In lane 4 from Skyline, Sam Brooks. In lane 5 from Woods Cross, Mark Grissmeyer. In lane 6 from Lehigh, Andrew Pullum. In lane 7 from Olympus, William Bagley. And lane 8 from Hillcrest, Alex Scory. But if you're joining us on the stream, hope you've gotten a head start on your 3-day weekend. I hope you enjoy watching and listening to the stream of the swim meet.
Out in lane 8. We love it to see lane 8 go. And
his lane, well, Sam Brooks gets lane 4 and lane 8 just behind him.
So 57.62, that's a 2-second drop for Alex Sprout from Hillcrest, the freshman. So for heat 1 swim, nice swim.
Heat number 2.
So now to heat 2.
Anticipated will take 58.2 to make it back. Make that a 57.5-ish as make it to the championship final. Probably going to take a 55.0 or better.
In lane number 1 from Conwood, Colin Loken. In lane 2 from Jordan, Ethan Levitt. Lane 3 from Olympus, Connor Swenson. Lane 4 from Timpview, Sean Honey. In lane 5 from Park City, Sebastian Rona. In lane 6 from Woods Cross, Isaac Chomjak. In lane 7 from Timpview, Lee Kamard. And in lane 8 from Brighton, Harrison Taylor.
So Sean Honey out in a 24.
Honey had himself a good swim in the beginning of the day.
So Honey's been a 52.18. Of course, the All-American consideration is a 50.2. But Honey with a 50.30. Nice drop for Honey.
Event 18, heat number 3.
So heat 3, lane number 1 from Timpview, Jared Bird. Lane 2 from Box Elder, Dal McKee. In lane 3 from Viewmont, Isaac Hale. Lane 4 from Olympus, Will De La Garza. And lane 5 from Skyline, Nash Hale. Lane 6 from Olympus, Owen Hartman. Lane 7 from Wasatch, Daxton Rasbin. And in lane 8 from Murray, Porter Gale.
So you have a junior from Olympus in 4 and a sophomore from Skyline in 5. Both teams have bright futures.
Christensen, please come to the scoring table. Johnny.
A long underwater coming out of that one here for
De La Garza.
the junior, going to come in at a 51.12. So right on his seat time.
So the fastest time thus far, Sean Honey, but we have the backstroker Bryce Broadhead, the BYU commit, coming up from Lehigh in lane 4.
Heat number 4.
In lane number 1 from Highland, Isaac Wright. In lane 2 from Springville, Nathan Anderson. In lane 3 from Brighton, Benjamin Schiffman. In lane 4 from Lehigh, Bryce Broadhead. In lane 5 from Skyline, Kevin Tu. Lane 6 from Brighton, Luan Bernard. In lane 7 from Skyline, Vincent Wu. And in lane 8 from Northridge, Jed Hatch.
Broadhead was out in he did a 22 split.
Where the state record of
relay.
48.25, the 5A record of 48.71. He already has an All-American consideration time of 49.56.
That 48.25 by Jordan Tiffany, that's pretty quick. Well under. But coming in, he'll be under 50. 48.76. Whoa, that is an automatic All-American time. What a swim by Broadhead. That is just 500ths off the Ryan Garstang record from 2020.
So you need 1 in lane 1. Bailey Cottrell.
So
Lane 2, Rory Tweedy.
now on to the breaststroke. Heat 1 of 4.
Lane 5, Sarah Wilson. Lane 6, Adina Shia. And lane 7, Hannah Olsen. And then 9, Brianna Young.
So in lane 4, that is Mara Erickson, senior from Springville. Spanish 4. We're working on the scoreboard camera, but in that first heat, that was Mara Erickson with a 1:12.37. Second was lane 1. Nice one by Miley Croshaw with a 1:14.15. Now in heat 2, it's Olivia Turney from Skyline. Lena Nelson from Salem Hills. Elaine Liu from Skyline. Lane 4, Grace Cannon, Wasatch. Lane 5, Lucy Coney, Brighton. Lane 6, Bray Brower. Lane 7, Stephanie Porzonovich. And lane 8, Rebecca Affleck from Alta. So here in heat 2, the third overall seed is Grace Cannon from Wasatch. close in the center of the pool.
Grace Cannon from Wasatch going to come in. 108.22. Drops a few tenths.
A tie for second there with Elaine Liu and from Skyline and Lucy Cocconi from Brighton. Expecting it will take about a 1:13 to make consolation finals.
In lane number 1 from Woods Cross, Rebecca Cyril. Lane 2 from Dumont, Izzy Harris. Lane 3 from Alta, Sophie Anders. Lane 4 from Highland, Maddie Harward. Lane 5 from Box Elder, Taylor Nelson. Lane 6 from Park City, Sophia Junich. In lane 7 from Wasatch, Maya Shee. And in lane 8 from Bountiful, Jalen Miller. Junich is going to have the lead at the wall.
Harwood, the senior from Highland, but the freshman from Alta, Sophie Anders. Strong swimming family.
Lane 4, Maddie Harward, a senior out of Highland High School. They're getting pushed here in lane 3. Sophie Anders, you mentioned that freshman. And also in lane 5, going to give us a little bit of a push to Taylor Nelson, the sophomore, but it's going to be Harward coming in at 107, followed by Nelson and Anders.
And 19 women's 100 yarders for the final heat, P4.
In lane number 1 from Highland, Imani Rose. Lane 2 from Brighton, Taylor Coe. In lane 3 from Lehigh, Sydney Zermley. Lane 4 from Highland, Veronica Black. Lane 5 from Olympus, Lauren Greenwell. Lane 6 from Lehigh, Addison Zobrist. Lane 7 from Highland, Brittany Harward. And in lane 8 from Brighton, Annabelle Kim.
Veronica Black had that great individual medley where she just took over the race in the breaststroke leg. Top seed here. She's ahead of the field by 4 seconds in terms of seed time, and out under a 30, so out in a 29.80. She, you know, the state record in this is a 102.09. Not sure that that's within her reach.
And what's always fun is when you have a non-traditional program of a swimmer that's going to do this. Because Highland traditionally, at least in the last 6 years, had him in that program. And then coming to the wall is Lauren Greenwell. Look at that.
102.44 and just off.
Drops 2 seconds.
But that is an automatic All-American time. That's a special
That is
swim.
awesome.
So 102.44, automatic All-American, and just off the Utah high school state record of 102.09.
And just a sophomore. A lot of work to be done there. A lot of growth to be had as well. That's awesome.
Whoa, that's impressive.
So now we'll have the men's 100-yard breaststroke, and then we'll go to a 10-minute break. In lane number 1 from Park City, Owen Wilkins. In lane 2 from Orem, Owen Shumway. In lane 3 from Springville, Isaac Ruiz. In lane 4 from East, Ivan Kiffenbani. In lane 5 from Murray, Reiser Lundberg. Lane 6 from Salem Hills, Ryan Call. Lane 7 from Olympus, Tim Snow. And in lane 8 from Box Elder, Ro Walbridge. I mean, an automatic All-American time as a sophomore.
Yeah. And
she and Jade Garstang.
Yeah, and with no competition in a morning, well, I guess we're just afternoon.
Yeah. Hey, didn't you swim at night?
Yeah.
If it's a night swim.
Yeah, it's. I know part of that is mental, but
you're warmed up.
You just swim better at night.
You do. You're warmed up. You're kind of through the day. As we got a tight battle coming here in lane 4 and 3. Ivan Kifabani and Isaac Ruiz. And I didn't mention lane 5 as well, Reiser Lundberg. And Ivan Kifabani able to hold on there.
104.24, so expecting it'll take a 102 to make it back, and probably a 101 or less to make it to the championship for the boys.
In lane number 1 from Hillcrest, Thomas Powers. Lane 2 from Orem, Ludwig Ibarra. Lane 3 from Park City, Reef Yoked. In lane 4 from Olympus, Abe Astle. Lane 5 from Butch Cross, Justin Chamberlain. In lane 6 from Skyline, Yopeng Tao. In lane 7 from Uinta, Arthur Dari. In lane 8 from Spanish Fork, Ben Hansen.
So Astle, the only one out under a 28. 27.95 for his first split. And Astle with the best time this season with 58.92, so his best time in the year. First time under for Reef Yoked from Park City, so a nice swim there.
So lane number 1, Blake Abney from Alta. Lane 2 from Springville, Nick Oman. Lane 3 from Spanish Fork, Alex Nielsen. Lane 4 from Lehigh, Bridger Smith. Lane 5 from Lehigh, Jan Peischler. And then lane 6 from Skyline, Luke Garsting. Lane 7, Olympus, Isaac Wardle. And then lane 8 from Orem, James Christensen. And I'm saying Jan, but it's probably Jan Peischler. But Peischler, you never know.
Yeah.
Bridger Smith putting in work here. And Bridger Smith going to come in at a 57.30.
So our fastest time so far, 57.30. The All-American consideration time of 56.83. Talon Coons coming up has been a 56.87.
So down to the final heat, and then we'll have a break.
A 0.01 for Jan. Just off.
Just. Let's see how many. In lane number 1 from Wasatch, Trevor Mulford. Lane 2 from Olympus, Lakin Swenson. Lane 3 from Skyline, Edison Yang. Lane 4 from Payson, Talon Coons. Lane 5 from Skyline, Nicholas Skims. And lane 6 from Brighton, Parker Fillmore. Lane 7 from Bountiful, Andy Duke. And in lane 8 from Box Elder, Carter Coburn. We have 6 swimmers here, all going to try to get to double O or below.
Yes.
You'd imagine.
So Talon Coons out under a 27, 26.80, so a little quicker there. Again, the consideration All-American time is a 56.83. He's been just close to that already this year. He would love to have a sub-56 swim. Doesn't look to be there today, but there's still tomorrow.
Going to come in at a 56.56.
56.56, that is an All-American consideration time, his best for the year, so a special swim. Another Nicholas Skimness, 59. So that line's going to be right at a 00. To get into finals, we had 5 that were under 00. And there's a couple of 00s that are going to make it into the
It's
final.
always fun, these meets, when you have those All-American consideration times, especially we talked about last year's meet was such an aberration.
Yeah.
But to still have them happening says a lot of what swimming is happening, what good swimming is happening in the state.
Yes.
So 10-minute break. We'll be right back. You're watching the 2022-23 5A State Championships will meet on KSLSports.com. We'll be right back. Then welcome back in, Dusty Litster and McKay Larson with you as we get ready to the last bit here of the prelims, the 5A, to meet the 400 freestyle relay. Tomorrow will be music going in the A final for this one to close out the meet.
But today you get to listen to us.
Yes, today we're going to enjoy us. And lane number 2 is Woods Cross with Rebecca Cyril, Haley Neuenschwander, Grace Gilbert, and Alana Holzer. And lane 3 is Provo. Lane 4, Park City. Lane 5, Timpview. Lane 6, Lehigh. And lane 7, Spanish Fork. Swimmer 100 yards, come out of the pool.
Do it 3 more times.
Top team in this heat is Timpview, 345. Pardon me, it was not Park City, sorry, 341.16. And currently in the pool for Park City is Gretchen Lane. In lane 5 is Timpview and Annie Richner.
Great lead-offs coming in 54s, 54.85, 54.91.
And Park City still in their warm-ups. No tech suit here in the prelims. First couple of their swimmers anyway. Lane was in her warm-up, so was Kathleen Evans.
Sometimes that's a mental thing. Or you have to find a reason to swim faster tomorrow. So if you tell yourself you weren't wearing a tech suit today, then that's just the mental edge you need. Because we all know as much as we want to spend money on tech suits, I'd say it's 85% mental.
Whatever, man. I watched Torpedo. They banned it.
Yeah, and that's why we don't have those today. These are not the same suits that he was wearing.
He also had size 55 shoe, but you know. There's Lauren Bigelow. Pardon me, this is Kathleen Evans in the pool. Lauren Bigelow will come in next for Park City. And it's Amelia Sampt coming in for Timpview.
I did have one of my swimmers wear a tech suit for the first time at Region a few weeks ago, and she called it a magic suit. Magic suit. There's a different feeling.
Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, wouldn't wear them if they wouldn't market them if they didn't work.
Depends who you ask.
Hey, Reebok came out with a shoe in the early 90s called the Catapults, and we all thought we were going to be able to grab the rim. And then they named it Catapult, for heaven's sakes. That's what it meant. But
I think Macklemore has a song about that.
Yeah. Touch the net. I touched the net.
Mom, I touched the net.
So it's Lauren Bigelow extending this Park City lead. Tomorrow's final, the championship meet is going to be, it's going to be tight. It's going to be fun.
It will be fun. They were delayed in getting some of the results in during that last break, so we don't have completely updated, results going into the final tomorrow. But from what I can see, there has been a little movement. So this team race is going to be really interesting. On the girls' side, you have Olympus and Skyline. On the boys' side, you have Skyline, Olympus, and Brighton all fighting there.
Sarah Wall is in the water for Park City to close this thing out. Remember, their seat time was a 3:41. They're pretty close to that here.
They'll be just around 3:41. Maybe a second or two off, but it'll be a great prelims relay swim. And you never know, one of the keys when you have these teams like Park City and Olympus and Skyline, they have enough depth that they could swim different relays in prelims than they will in finals. So we'll see who ends up on the relay tomorrow, but 3:42.80.
Yeah, 3:42.80. Well, and again up on A, it's on the turn. So Timpview comes in at 3:49.57. So the fastest relay coming in is Olympus, but again, Park City, Skyline, Olympus are all in the same region, along with Brighton as well. So now to heat number 2.
And this is a relay where Olympus has really separated themselves already from the field. Coming in seated at state 6.5 seconds ahead of the next relay is kind of a statement.
And the third leg, this one's gonna be fun. Third and fourth legs, but they are just that good. But in lane number 1 is Cottonwood, Odessa Talbot, Caitlin Gonzaga, Emily Dominguez, and Natty Alonso. Lane number 2 from Maltez, Ellen North, Jill Rich, Kate DeGaring, Claire Magano. In lane number 3 from Springville is Madeline Maccabee, Macy Polson, Brindley Waite, and Ellie Boyer. In lane number 4 from Skyline is Becca Bringard, Rachel Dalton, Jade Garstang, and Colleen McWilliams. In lane number 5 from Wasatch, Meg Harris, Avery Haynes, Emerson Brooks, and Anna Diedrichs. In lane number 6 from Salem Hills, Maddie Graham, Ava Nelson, Lene Nelson, and Olivia Stout. In lane number 7 from Payson, Kaylee Pikus, Natalie Whitney, Alex Bombs, and Avery Bulkley. Didn't say all the names in the first heat, and I feel bad, so we're reading them all out.
There we go. We got the time. You'll see in this heat, Skyline does have the fastest seat time in this heat, but only by 2 seconds, and their relay is back and stacked with those last 2 spots there with Jade and Colleen.
Jade and Colleen, you can get them kind of close. Jade Garstang will do it, and then Colleen will extend it. Got to be what the thought is there.
Yep. But
not that I'm a swim coach or could be.
Hey, maybe after a few more years, we might.
I could judge drill team. I tell you that much right now. 19 years of watching 60 drill teamers go.
Halftime shows.
Absolutely. So lane number 4, that is Rachel Dalton. Dalton getting a little bit of space from Avery Haynes. And Dalton will come in and give way to Jade Garstang. In the water comes Jade, and then it's Emerson Brooks coming in for Wasatch. And Garstang's coming out with feet of fury.
She has a really strong kick, and watch this underwater. Good 5 underwater dolphin kicks, and that breakout kick, wow. I don't think I ever kicked that hard in all my years of swimming. Now, I know I wasn't known for kicking, but I don't think I ever kicked that hard.
Tanner Nelson definitely never kicked that hard.
Tanner Nelson has never nor will ever kick that hard.
Jade Garstang, I mean, Paul and I were talking earlier, the most decorated swimmer in the state of Utah's history is Ryan White, and Jade has a chance to track down some of her backstroke records. If she could leave being the most decorated high school female swimmer in state history, she's got 2 more years of high school. As Jade brings this one in to Colleen McWilliams. And 28-4 on the way back.
54 split there for Jade. Take that on a Friday morning.
Yeah, I was say, not even at night. Not even all warmed up yet.
And that is the factor to take into account here with 5A is that their session is the morning both days. So it's a little bit of adjustment. A lot of swimmers, they're used to this prelims feel in the morning, but tomorrow when it really counts, still going to be in the morning.
You don't get the night feel, right?
Nope, you don't get the night feel.
So
you did get to go to bed early, though.
It is true.
The 6A swimmers aren't going to have that because they're going to be out here late. So hopefully these swimmers go to bed early.
As Colleen McWilliams is going to wrap this thing up. Again, Olympus came in with the top time in this. Skyline in this heat, 33:41. 06 came in on their seat time. They come in at 3:38.57. And Wasatch at 3:45. So now we get to see the Olympus.
That's a really good prelim swim for that relay from Skyline.
So lane number 1 is Cedar Valley with Dory Tweed, Reese Hicken, Abigail Kendall, and Aubrey George. Lane number 2 from Viewmont, Gabby Henry, Veronica Passion, Izzy Harris, and Hallie Gerard. In lane number 3 from Highland, Maddie Harward, Elliott Brown, Veronica Black, and Eleanor Plant. In lane 4 from Olympus, Maddie Parker, Lauren Greenwell, Taylor Hooten, and Kaya Lawson. In lane number 5 from Brighton, Audrey Bradley, Chloe Klein, Lucy Kokeni, and Hannah Sasaverovich. And in lane 6 from Box Elder, Amy Swenson, Tessa Wayan, Ashen Wayan, and Taylor Nelson. And lane 7 is Murray.
So to keep track of this, Maddie Parker here broke a state record leading off the 200 free relay, and looks like she's going for it on this one. 50.40. That is a new state record in the 100-yard freestyle. Let me verify that with my memory. The he, she, yep, 50.40. That breaks her own state record in the 100 freestyle. There you go. All-American consideration.
Hey, how about the
time again.
prelims for Parker?
Prelims for Parker. There we go.
And she's got out of the pool like it was just another ho-hum start to a relay.
And that that kind of sets your relay up pretty well.
Yeah, just kind of. Just kind of. There's Lauren Greenwald in the pool right now for the Titans. And quite the lead here. Chloe Klein in the pool for Brighton.
That's it.
So in the pool now for Olympus is Taylor Hooten. And for Brighton is Lucy Kilkenny. For Highland, Veronica Black. Up there in lane 6 is Ashen Wayan. I apologize, we don't have a lineup for Murray.
One thing to be interesting to follow will be Hannah Sasaverovic is anchoring the Brighton relay, and see what she splits here. It's Maddie's competition in the 100 free for tomorrow. This is all Olympus.
And Taylor Hooten going to bring it in to Kaya Lawson. There's Hannah Sasaverovic is going to come on next for Brighton. But it's a big lead for Olympus as Taylor Hooten built on it. Kaya Lawson in the pool. They went a 3:34.90 as their seat time. As Hannah comes in. Just trying to do what Rihanna said. Just work, 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 work. As Kaya Lawson makes the turn for a final 50. I know McKay knows every word of that song. I saw it on Sunday.
You know me.
Lawson comes on that final turn. We mentioned Olympus come in at 3:39.
3:34.
Drop time. Doesn't hurt when you get a state record time to start your swim, the 3:35. That puts them 3 seconds off the state record.
And that's something to watch tomorrow.
And Brighton comes into the 3:43. So Brighton only adds a second, but falls back a little bit further. So that'll go 1-2 out of this heat anyway.
Looks like that final will have Olympus and Brighton, Skyline, Wasatch, Park City, Timpview, and Springville.
Barring any
DQs, which we know, we're pretty sure there were some in the boys 200 free relay, and that was kind of what held our results up.
So now for the final event, the boys 400. And lane number 2 is Box Hill with Jack Gray, Cooper Hodgkinson, Roman Knoll, and Dallin McKee. And lane number 3 from Springville, Colby Jefferson, Easton Mauser, Sean Mauser, and Nathan Anderson. And lane 4 from Skyline, Alex Stewart, Harper Brace, Nick Scams, and Lucas Keel. Lane 5 from Jordan, Owen Hershey, Ethan Levitt, Ben DeLong, Ed Romsbart. Then lane 6 from Woods Cross, Isaac Chomjack, Amin Kamamu, Mark Glissmeyer, and Justin Chamberlain. In lane 7 from Tooele, Garrett Pearson, William Seals, and Michael Smurthwadi, and Jackson Day.
You know, one thing that's interesting here, you see Brighton's time 3:11, Olympus' time 3:09. Skyline seated at 3:17. Now, I was not at their region meet, but I do know they got DQ'd, and so their time from region did not count. So their seat time is not from their region meet. So that could be a factor here.
And I'm going to apologize to the Smurthwaite family. I got a little fancy with it. Smurthwaite or Smurthwaite. So we're going to apologize now. But I'll cover both bases.
Football season's over.
Just in case. Just in case. But lane 4 is Bryce Harper. Brace, don't call me Bryce Harper. Maybe we'll go by Bryce Harper. Or Harper Brace, see? Goes back and forth. Brace comes in, and the end of the pool now is Nick Scams. But we got a tight 1, 3, 4, 5. Sean Hauser, Ben DeLong. Sean Hauser in lane 3, Ben DeLong in lane 5.
Hauser's got quite the gallop going there. I like the long arm freestyle. His head's coming a full foot out of the water.
Dude, come on. He's popping out.
Whatever it takes. Get that momentum. Keep it going.
Hey, if it worked for Jason Lezak, why not?
Exactly. Good thing Paul's not here. You're going to make him cry. You say the name.
I know it. Greatest moment in swimming history as Scams comes in to Lucas Keel. And then it's Rob's Barton. Hey, and I'll tell you what, Barton can swim. We saw it earlier today. Barton laid out some good times. Can he make up the ground? He's got about a body length and a half to make up in 100. He also has a good swimmer. He's not to try to track down on Lucas Keel. And then take a look at lane 5, Jordan. Or probably lane 3 is Nathan Anderson. Lane 5 is Rob's Barton.
And I'm not sure that Rob's is going to be able to get Lucas, but Nathan Anderson better pick it up here if he wants to maintain second there. It really makes me feel old that Rob's Barton and Nathan Anderson are the big boys anchoring relays for Jordan and Springville High School.
It'll happen. Is coming in to finish this is Skyline at a 3:15.87. And a 3-second drop for Jordan. Probably 8-second drop for the 3-second drop for Jordan, and also a
4-second drop
on the top. It's throwing me off. And 4-second drop there for Springville. So we now go to Heat 2. Lane number 1 from Salem Hills, Josh Stevens, Elijah Mason, Ryan Call, and Joshua Robaugh. In lane number 2 from Payson, Talon Coons, Isaac Cowie, Hiram Waters, and Brandon Judd. In lane 3 from Alta, Isaac Ridge, Tristan Rustin, Griffin Tasker, and Josh Smith. In lane 4 from Brighton, Drake Doyle, Gavin Smith, Austin Partridge, and Bridger Nielsen. In lane 5 from Timpview, Lee Camard, Garrett Platt, Jared Bird, and Sean Honey. In lane 6 from Cedar Valley, Tate Scott, Brady Montier, Preston Hardy, and Braden Scott. And in lane 7 from Dumont, Eric Chamberlain, Isaac Hale, Rex Johnson, and Andrew Webster.
Solid lead off there, 47.5 for Drake Doyle.
Haven't had a chance to mention, haven't seen the coach with the longest arms in America in the building days. I'm guessing, I haven't looked at to see if the girls' team's on the road, and Lee Camard, former Mountain West Conference Player of the Year. You see his son get out of the pool. An assistant with the girls' team is Gavin Smith, the sophomore. Put a cap on what has been a really impressive prelim from the Brighton boys. They have stacked a ton of point potential tomorrow. And that championship.
They are trying to make this meet interesting. Came in thinking this meet was kind of set a little bit, but they are making me think otherwise. And they're also playing it really safe. That was what we call a shake your hand start there for Austin Partridge. Make sure they are on the wall before you go. We're not dealing with any DQs today.
As Pat McAfee would say, shake their hand. Want to shake their hand. They must be mad that Todd doesn't have the mohawk. I would be mad. That'd make me swim faster.
This is the first time we got to get this stat from Todd. When was the last
2011.
time
2011, my first meeting he had when I was like, who is this guy? He's just the best swim coach in the history of the state. As Brighton pouring it on here.
This is going to be a good race for second in this heat. Between Alta, Sean Honey's coming up here in lane 5 for Timpview, and we know what he can do.
Well, Honey's had a good morning as Josh Smith gets in for Alta. Honey is trying to make a charge.
And Talon Coons in lane 2 for Payson.
Talon Coons, you know he can do it as well. But Honey's got about a body length and a half to try to get second place here for Timpview. Alta's Josh Smith trying to hold him off in the down and back left here in the prelims of the men's 400 freestyle.
I was wrong. That's not Talon Coons, but that is Sean Honey coming on Josh Smith here. Brighton's almost to the other end.
Into that's Brandon Judd in lane 2. The Honey making this interesting here in the final half of the pool. He might not have enough pool to chase him down. Made it interesting nonetheless. It's a 312 for Brighton. Alta to 320. Tippy comes in at 321. So now to the final heat of the prelims of the 5A meet. And then we'll have a break and we'll come back for the 6A meet. McKay won't join us, but Paul will be here. McKay will be on deck. So in lane number 2 from Box Elder. Lane number 1 is Murray. Lane 2 is East. At Simon Flores, Jonah Pugsley, Brooks Massey, and Glenn Tanner. Lane 3 from Lehigh, Andrew Polam, Jan Peischler, Bridger Smith, and Bryce Broadhead. Lane 4 is Olympus of Miles Moore and Will De La Garza, Abe Astle, and Ian Connor. Lane 5 from Park City, Sebastian Rona, Jaime Taylor, Ralph Viscus, and Keegan Elgie. And lane 6 from Wasatch, Brayton Stoddard, Brighton Bushnell, Gillian Turinov, and Stockton Orr. In lane 7 from Highland, Charlie Balcom, Finnegan Vorwaller, Reese Chatwin, and Asher Vorwaller.
Lane 1 from Murray. Can't forget lane 1. Lane 1 was first at that wall there.
Yeah, Murray, and we don't have a Murray lineup. But that lead has been taken over by lane 5 and lane 4. Lane 5, Park City, and that is Sebastian Rona. But we're in our second alarms. That's Jamie Taylor and Will De La Garza.
And again, the back half of this Olympus relay is pretty stacked with Abe and Ian closing it out. I believe they were both. Ian was a part of that crazy 305 relay last year.
Astle's older brother.
Astle's older brother was a part of it as well.
They're hanging in there, lane 5, lane 4, lane 5, Park City. And it's Ralph Fiskus trying to trap down Abe Astle. And tomorrow the overture will be going.
And this is when it gets exciting. 125 yards left to go in the 400 free relay. Tomorrow at this time, it'll be a good time.
Coming off the wall. Astle give way to Ian Connor. It'll be Keegan Elgie coming in for Park City. And Elgie comes off the blocks hard.
Remember, this is the same LG that dropped 12 seconds in the 500 today.
Right. He's working out some of that lactic acid.
Ian Connor is flying there out in a 21.8 on the feet. And Bryce Broadhead's trying to bring Lehigh back into third.
Comes off that final turn, and in comes Ian Connor. At a 3:10.48, Park City comes in at a 3:15.27. And that's going to wrap up the morning session here, the 5A prelims, as Lehigh comes in third at 3:23.56. But Kate, what's the setup for tomorrow?
We get to do it all again. Start over from the beginning with half as many heats. It's going to be lots of fun. There was a lot of great swimming today, a lot of best times, and there was a lot of swimmers you could tell they held just a little bit back that are we're gonna have some serious races tomorrow. The team battle is also shaping up to be really good on both sides.
Yeah.
Similar teams in the battle, but it should be really fun on both sides.
A couple state records go down from the hands of Parker. Took down a couple state records, a couple All-American times as well. So all in all, being a fun morning. When normally you say, oh, prelims, so many swimmers got after it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. I would also watch for more state records from Parker. I think there's also state records on the watch from Jade Garsing in that 100 fly. I don't think she quite has the 100 back today, and then from Veronica Black in that 100 breast.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. Well, I'll wrap up the 5A prelims. We'll be back with the 6A
swim off.
Oh, we have a swim off.
We have a swim off. They just announced while they were finishing up that relay. It's going to be in the women's 100 breaststroke.
So women's 100 breaststroke, swim off into the, well, it's got to be an AB final, right?
Yeah, it's into one of the finals. Not sure, well, didn't hear the names of the swimmers, but it's for the woman 100 breast. I'm trying to figure out who those two.
They're just trying to get the our dear sweet AO to get everything lined up here. I say that because my wife is a newly minted AO that does a lot of meets.
For the big
Not
fish.
here today, though.
For the big fish.
Yes, but not today.
Not today, just
Not today.
yesterday.
Yeah. Need officials at meets, and you need good ones.
And we're thankful for them too.
Yeah.
They do volunteer their time. Sometimes people forget that, but all these officials are volunteering.
Yeah, I mean, it's like going to the Little League World Series. All those guys are volunteers, and they do it because they enjoy it and they want it done right, and everything else.
So
Still winning that up.
Appears that that's a Brighton cap. I'm not sure which swimmer that is because Brighton did have 3 swimmers in the 100 breast.
So still trying to get this all lined up, and again the 6A meet. The 6A meet starts at 5:15.
5:15.
5:15. Stream will come on around 5:05-ish. Maybe I'll try to do a little bit earlier to help calm the nerves of our wonderful friends and everybody out there. I want you worrying about the feed. So still just waiting to get what our situation is here.
A swim off at the state meet, that's an experience not many get to have, but it is quite the experience to have. You have your whole team there behind the block.
And the crazy thing is they tend to go faster.
Faster here.
Yeah. Remember last year I think we had to swim off though to put them in the A final. Both times would have put them in the A final.
Tied for 16th, go a time that would have been 5th. Yeah. Can't decide whether to be happy or mad.
What might have been, you know?
Sometimes you need that extra push.
Like the band Little Texas sang in the early 90s. No, we'll never know what might have been. Go look that one up, kids. Go to Apple iTunes, type it in. Good one.
Go to iTunes. Yeah, they'll go to iTunes.
Or whatever it is, Apple Music. I'm just stalling. I'm stalling to get to this.
And these swimmers are stalling too. The girl in lane 5 has adjusted her goggles at least 10 times in the past 2 minutes. And I don't blame her.
I don't blame her either. Got to reset the habit here.
And here we go.
I mean, Nomar Garcia Parra didn't step in the box without doing his routine.
19S in lane 4 from Skyline, let's hear it for lane Liu.
So it's Lynn Liu.
Lane 5 from Brighton, let's hear it for Lucy Cookie. Right to the start, ladies and gentlemen.
So this is Elaine Liu and Lucy Kokeny. They were in the same heat in prelims. And
I didn't know they'd gone at the same time. 100 breast. So
this is for the A final.
the A final.
They both get to swim again tomorrow.
Both get to swim tomorrow no matter what, but one to the A final, one to the B final.
Yep. One lane in between them during prelims and no lanes in between them now.
But we're tied at the first turn.
And as they come to the 50, that's Kokeny from Brighton in the lead. But here comes Liu.
You hear the whole place going. They're neck and neck coming down to the final 10. There's the blue. And it is 1600ths of a second. Gonna send Liu into the A final.
Going 800ths faster than she did in prelims. 800ths faster than she did in prelims. That was a great race. They were stroke for stroke that entire race.
Oh, that's fun.
Great way to end the session.
Great way to end the session. All right, now we'll be back at 5:15. The stream will be back up around 5 o'clock for the 6A final. And we'll be back here tomorrow morning for the 5A state championship meet right here on KSLSports.com. For Paul Larson and McKay Larson, I'm Dusty Litster. Thanks for joining us and for watching the 2022-23 5A state championship swim meet on KSLSports.com.